Order, please. As with the tradition on Budget Day in this House, the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe when we left it last night, under debate on motion 1, if I consult Hansard, your comments were, I'm advised by the Chief Clerk that we've run out of time. The clock has expired before the vote occurred. So the motion to adjourn was put but not voted on. So we'll deal with that tomorrow or at our first opportunity. I would suggest to you that we were seized with that question. If I interpret O'Brien correctly, that once a motion has been purposed to the House by the Chair, the House has formally seized of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we have to return to the debate on Resolution 1 to dispense with that vote before we can proceed with the motion that you're about to put forward, which would be dispense of business in order to take on the budget. So I look for your ruling on that.
Thank you to the Honourable House Leader for raising that. I was going to deal with that later after the budget speech at the beginning of daily routine, but I'll deal with it now since you raised it. So I would like to provide a procedural clarification. Certainly last night at the end of proceedings, the Leader of the official opposition moved to adjourn debate on the amendment to resolution number 1 in the seconds before 10 p.m. 10 p.m. was the appointed time for the end of day's business. I, as Speaker, put the question to the House to adjourn debate on the amendment to resolution number 1, and the vote was defeated. I did not announce the result of the vote. I did state that, quote, the clock has expired before the vote occurred, so the motion to adjourn was put but not voted on, so we'll deal with that tomorrow or at our first opportunity. This was not exactly what I meant to say, as the vote had indeed taken place and the adjournment vote on the amendment was defeated. However, at that point, further debate was foreclosed because the hour for the end of the day's proceedings had been reached. The result of all this is that the debate on the amendment to resolution number 1 was adjourned, and in accordance with Rule 4.2, that the item of business appear on the order paper under its normal order of business, which is government business, government motions. When that item of business is next called by the government House Leader, the Leader of the official opposition will be first to continue the debate on this amendment for his remaining 42 minutes. Does that provide clarity? Thank you for raising that. Now, as with the tradition on Budget Day in this House, with the consent of the House, we will commence with the motion for resolution number 3, respecting the estimates under orders of the day. This means that the daily routine will be delayed until after the response from the budget speech is adjourned, and question period will begin 1 hour after the start of the daily routine. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With that consent, I'll now recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the notice of motion given by me on September 22, 2017, and the rules and forms of procedure of the House of Assembly, I have the honour, by command, to present a message from His Honour, the Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Nova Scotia, relating to the estimates of sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, which is, I hereby transmit estimates of sums required for the public service of the province for the year ending March 31, 2018, and in accordance with the Constitution Act 1867, recommend them, together with the budget addressed by my Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, and any resolutions or bills necessary or advisable to approve the estimates and implement the budget measures to the House of Assembly, signed Arthur J. LeBlanc, Lieutenant Governor, September 25, 2017. Mr. Speaker, At this time, I wish to, number one, table the message from His Honour the Lieutenant Governor of the province transmitting the estimates for consideration of this House. Number two, table the estimates books. Number three, table the government business plan. Number four, table the Crown Corporation's business plans. Number five, table the estimate and Crown Corporation business plans resolutions. Number six, deliver my budget speech. And number seven, move that the estimates of sums required for the service of the province of the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, being supplied to be granted to Her Majesty, and the Crown Corporation business plans be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. There you go. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to do an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I would like to draw the members of the House attention to the Speaker's Gallery, where I have some family here with me today. My husband, my brother, my only sister, my only husband, one of my sons, and my EA Joy. I'd like you to give them a round of applause. There are also two other guests in the Speaker's Gallery. I will be referencing them and speaking about them in my speech, but I would like to welcome them, Frank Davies and Tarek Kahagali, who have joined us here, and you will be hearing more about them in the speech. So welcome to the House. I would also like to say that I do believe that in a much higher gallery than this, my parents are looking down. Mr. Speaker, this is the first budget of our government's second mandate. We stand here today with the first back-to-back majorities in nearly 30 years. We are here as government because Nova Scotians want to continue to work with us to build a stronger province, not just for today's families, but for future generations. It starts with our own fiscal health. We have laid out a clear, reasonable, and sustainable fiscal plan. We have stuck to that plan, and we are making progress. Today, I am honoured to table this government's second balanced budget, which is projecting a surplus of $131.6 million with a positive net position of $21.3 million. This comes only 2 months after I presented to Nova Scotians our financial results for last year, 2016-17. These annual public accounts showed that that year ended with a surplus of $149.6 million. Mr. Speaker, that means back-to-back balanced budgets for the first time in nearly a decade. We have been able to achieve this by controlling expenses and focusing on the priorities of Nova Scotians. We have made key investments in communities across the province, but we have also made some difficult but necessary decisions to live within our means. The results are clear. Last year's surplus allowed us to make a payment on our debt. Nova Scotia has not been in a position to reduce the debt since 2011. It was fiscally responsible, and it eases the burdens on future generations. Our net debt to GDP was reduced to 36.3%, This budget estimates a further reduction to 35.5%. Mr. Speaker, we are trending in the right direction to meet the One Nova Scotia goal of reducing net debt to GDP to 30% by 2024. Today, we are in a stronger position to continue to invest in and to expand new opportunities for economic growth, to support existing businesses, and to provide services in health care and education, and for those who need it the most. That is what Nova Scotians expect, and Mr. Speaker, it's what they deserve. As Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, I am committed to working with my colleagues to continue on this road to restore the fiscal health. We know this will allow us to make investments for all Nova Scotians so they can benefit. In the spring, Mr. Speaker, we presented a budget that included new investments in infrastructure, investments in youth and young families, in new ideas for a better economy, and in healthier and stronger communities. And we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to all of those investments, and we are building on them. My colleagues and I have had the privilege of talking with many people in our communities, hearing their priorities and their ideas to move this province forward. Mr. Speaker, we listened. The budget I am presenting today reflects what we tabled in April, and it also reflects what we heard since that time. This budget includes an additional $19 million in investments, specifically health care, education, and economic development. Mr. Speaker, health care continues to be our largest priority and our largest area of investment. We estimate spending $4.2 billion on health care this year. In addition to the initiatives we announced in the spring, we are adding more resources to improve the services and programs that matter most to Nova Scotia families. Nova Scotians want a health care system that will work for them. They want it to be available when and where they need it the most, and they want more timely access to primary care and to family doctors. They want shorter wait times for surgeries, and they want better access to mental health services. This budget, Mr. Speaker, invests in each of those. Patient-focused health care starts with care at the community level, primary health care. This budget invests $9.6 million more than last year to ensure more people across the province have better access to primary health care through collaborative teams. Work is well underway to recruit additional health providers for these new teams and to strengthen existing primary care teams that we currently have. With those expanded teams in place, Nova Scotians will have the timely access to a family doctor, a nurse practitioner, or another collaborative health care team member, such as family practice nurse, mental health clinician, social worker, or dietitian. Each year since our first budget in 2014, we have increased funding so that more people on a wait list could have orthopedic surgery. This continued effort resulted in 2,000 more surgeries. Even with this progress, Mr. Speaker, people continue to wait. In the spring, we announced a budget increase of $3.7 million to perform even more surgeries and to provide access to new prehabilitation services. This budget, Mr. Speaker, takes an even greater step. We are adding $2.7 million more to that plan. Mr. Speaker, this gives us a total annual increase of $6.4 million this year, and the Health Authority will hire more surgeons, more anesthesists, and more healthcare professionals at the province's 4 orthopedic assessment centres. This will allow more patients to get their surgeries faster and will help us move closer to the national wait time benchmark here in Nova Scotia. We will increase funding in future years to continue to support this effort. Mr. Speaker, Doctors are central to the delivery of primary care and to specialized services in our communities and in our hospitals. Every jurisdiction needs them and is aggressively recruiting them. Part of our recruitment plan, Mr. Speaker, includes our partnership with Dalhousie Medical School and with the many doctors and healthcare teams who supervise residents and doctors in training. In the spring, we committed to adding 10 new seats to the Dalhousie Family Medicine Residency Program. That's an increase of 28%, bringing the total number of seats to 46 seats in this program. We will also fund 10 spaces for a new practice-ready assessment program for doctors who are trained internationally and who want to practice in Nova Scotia. Our partners, Dalhousie Medical School and the Nova Scotia Health Authority, are making progress on both of these initiatives. Nova Scotians asked us to do even more. This year, we will work with the Dalhousie Faculty of Medicine to develop a new clerkship program for third-year medical students for communities in Cape Breton. This will allow the school to be ready to accept and place 4 medical students in Cape Breton in September of 2018. These students will provide community-based care under the supervision of local doctors for a total of 48 weeks. What a great way to provide on-the-job training and to assist local doctors in meeting their patients' needs. These are among the important steps we are taking to support healthy people and healthy communities for generations to come. Our commitment to improving health care services and infrastructure spans the entire province. The QE2 redevelopment project, Mr. Speaker, is a good example. Work to plan, design, and construct new facilities to support hundreds of health services has already started. Construction recently began to expand surgical services at the Dartmouth General Hospital. Renovations have started at Hants Community Hospital in Windsor to create a second operating room, and a site has been chosen for a new community outpatient centre in Bayers Lake. It will serve the patients who live outside of Metro Halifax and who now must travel to the city's downtown. But, Mr. Speaker, this new facility will not replace services provided on the peninsula. Mr. Speaker, sadly, nearly every Nova Scotia family has been touched by cancer. There continues to be advances in treatments, yet the financial burden can be overwhelming for some. Government is committing more than $2 million per year over the next 3 years that will provide financial relief and peace of mind to Nova Scotians requiring take-home cancer therapies. We will work with Cancer Care Nova Scotia to fully develop the program to ensure that no one pays more than 4% of their net income for cancer medications taken at home. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our colleagues in the other Atlantic provinces for a long-term solution. Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 Nova Scotians lives with mental illness. The impact on our families and in our communities and in our workplace is very real. Knowing where to turn for help should not be complicated. This year, we will support the creation of a new provincial central intake system that will make it easier for people to access mental health supports. Through community mental health grants, we are supporting organizations like the Strongest Families Institute, a not-for-profit organization that helps families dealing with everything from behavioral issues of their young children to teenage anxiety. For those who need more than community supports, perhaps are in need of urgent care, we have also committed to expand and enhance crisis services and the services many people access through their local emergency departments. The next step to ensure patients get the follow-up they need, whether it be from mental health specialists, primary health care providers, or other community supports. Mr. Speaker, during the last campaign, Nova Scotians spoke clearly that mental health was a priority for them. We will hire more clinicians, put more supports in underserviced areas, and cut wait times for mental health care. Mr. Speaker, experts tell us just how important it is to start treatment for mental illness early. We will invest $12.9 million over the next 4 years in youth mental health and addiction services, $1.8 million this year, followed by an increase to $3.7 million in each of the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this funding will mean more mental health professionals in our communities, particularly in rural and underserviced areas, and it will allow us to better support the unique needs of at-risk youth, young people in Cape Breton, and those in our First Nations communities. This commitment also includes more funding for Kids Help Phone or for more services. Those services, Mr. Speaker, are growing in demand and in use. Mr. Speaker, opioid use and misuse is a growing concern across Canada. And we know there are many Nova Scotians using opioids and looking for treatment options. We hear it from the front lines and we hear it from the families. Because of what we've heard, we have more than doubled the funding that will be made available to fight opioid addiction. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will provide $1.36 million to support the opioid use and overdose framework launched earlier this year. In part, this funding will eliminate the current wait list for opioid use disorder treatment, and this will include opening 250 new spaces for treatments. An investment in education is an investment in future generations of Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, this year we estimate spending $1.3 billion in education and early childhood development. This fall begins the first year of a 4-year rollout of our pre-primary program, providing free, full-day programming for 4-year-olds. Mr. Speaker, we are only the 3rd province in Canada to offer this important, life-changing program. We know, Mr. Speaker, that only 25% of preschool-age children are now benefiting from a regulated childcare experience. Our pre-primary program provides parents with another option. The early years of a child's life are critical for their development, and research tells us that 4-year-olds who have access to such a program perform much better in school and lead happier and healthier lives. Mr. Speaker, primary classroom teachers in our schools tell us the same. It gives a strong start that our children deserve. Early education expert Margaret McCain has said our Nova Scotia plan will be an important foundation for a lifetime of learning. She has said early education is tied to other important goals, including improving educational outcomes, reducing illiteracy and poverty, and making the province a place where young families want to come and stay. Other experts from around our country are praising the model of early education as well. Jose da Costa, an education professor at the University of Alberta, has said the Nova Scotia model is providing a strong foundation on which to build more advanced learning and skills through elementary, junior high, and in high school. Jessica Wolstenholme from Sydney Mines, Cape Breton, is a mother of 4 with 3 children in early learning centres programs. She has said the program will help her children grow socially. She has also said how wonderful it is for children to be introduced to the school setting in a play-based way that is not as structured as school. When Minister Delory tabled a budget this last spring, we promised an investment of $3.7 million in pre-primary. Now our investment has grown to $4.45 million. $4.45 million, so we could launch more classes in more communities than we had originally planned. At least 52 classes in 45 sites throughout the province. For the first time, more families will have access to this program. It will help their children, while it will save thousands of dollars for families in annual child care costs. Mr. Speaker, we will not stop until every 4-year-old in the province has access to this program. Mr. Speaker, no child should start their school day hungry. Statistics tell us that learning takes place at a higher rate when children start their day with a nutritious breakfast. An additional $1.1 million for the school breakfast program this year will help Nourish Nova Scotia expand and enhance the existing program to provide a healthy breakfast for every student in the province. We are investing $1.1 million to expand the Reading Recovery Program to 73 more schools, $1 million to double the investment to teach coding in our schools, and $1.4 million to hire more school psychologists and speech-language pathologists. The Commission on Inclusive Education is examining the model of inclusion and has released its interim report. Together, we are seeking to achieve transformative change for the benefit of our students. We heard from Nova Scotians that our students also need better access to mental health care services, and we are listening. Our budget contains $1.8 million to connect more children and youth with community and mental health supports for a total investment in Schools Plus of $8.2 million. Expanding this program, Mr. Speaker, means more mental health clinicians will be hired, and other investments will bring more guidance counselors into the system and cut wait lists for psychological assessments. This is one more step in our plan to make Schools Plus available in every school across the province by 2019. Mr. Speaker, these investments are in addition to the $10 million we have made available to respond to the recommendations on the Council for Improved Classroom Conditions. From their work, we have already expanded province-wide class caps to grade 12. Nova Scotians expect us to pursue new ideas and to grow our economy so that more people can benefit from success. Our economic plan leverages our ocean advantage, builds on our proximity to international markets, recognizes our leadership in post-secondary education, and supports new ideas for traditional and emerging sectors. Our plan starts with our greatest asset, Mr. Speaker, and that's our people. Our young people and new citizens are our best competitive advantage. They bring energy and new ideas to our economy. We want more of them to land their first jobs here in Nova Scotia and start new businesses here in Nova Scotia. Our budget, Mr. Speaker, will increase our investments in the Graduate to Opportunity program. This program has helped 200 Nova Scotian employers hire more than 350 new graduates since it was introduced in 2015. This year, Mr. Speaker, we will add $1.7 million, bringing our total annual investment to $4.9 million. Introducing this program to more Nova Scotia employers has the potential to support up to 1,200 new jobs over the next 4 years. With another $1.7 million, we will create a new program called Innovate to Opportunity. Similar to GTO, this new program will provide a wage subsidy to employers. However, this program will encourage employers to hire recent graduates from master's and PhD programs for research and innovation-focused jobs. Many Nova Scotia businesses, Mr. Speaker, need more people with specialized skills and technical trades. Starting this fall, our government began covering the cost of tuition for apprentices returning to the classroom for their technical training. With up to 2,200 apprentices taking their training each year, this $1.3 million annual investment provides them with important financial relief as they continue their education and their training. In addition, this budget will provide $2 million to expand the Apprenticeship Start program. It will support 700 positions across the province. This program supports small and medium-sized businesses in hiring apprentices from underrepresented groups or in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, we want to create more reasons for our young people to stay. Nova Scotia has one of the best student assistance programs in the country. This year, we will build on that by extending loan forgiveness eligibility to 5 years, up from 4. And this can fully eliminate a young person's entire provincial student loan worth up to $40,000. Mr. Speaker, this budget also introduces a new first-time home buyers assistance program to encourage those with modest incomes to lay down roots here. And getting their first home is a milestone for many young families, and we can help make that happen. We also, Mr. Speaker, want to continue pressing ahead to attract new citizens to our province. More immigrants can help bring important skills and opportunities to our communities and to our economy. We will continue to partner with the federal government to increase provincial immigration programs, including the Atlantic Immigration Pilot. When the right conditions are in place, Mr. Speaker, newcomers are better able to settle into their new communities and workplaces and start their lives here. Government is a willing and able partner. Mr. Speaker, recently I learned about the two people who are in the gallery, the Speaker's gallery here, Tarek, as a recent immigrant from Iraq who had lived 25 years, has over 25 years in a trades experience. And he is here today with his employer, Frank Davies. Tarek was among a group of new immigrants who came to the province with varying degrees of experience in the trades. Working with the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency and the Immigration Services Association of Nova Scotia, this group was assessed for their language skills and provided with occupational and safety training. They were matched with employers for a 12-week on-the-job skills assessment, for which the employers received a wage subsidy. Now, 11 of those 15 who started the program have become registered apprentices and are working towards their residency. Tarek is a registered apprentice with Davies Plumbing and Heating Limited in Lance. He has said he is happy to be able to work as a plumber again, a trade that has been in his family for generations. And Frank Davies, president of Davies Plumbing and Heating, has said he considers Tarek to be among the best of his team and that other apprentices are learning from him. As part of his apprenticeship journey, he is enrolled in his Level 1 technical training at the Nova Scotia Community College, which is now tuition-free because of our budget investment this year. He and other new Nova Scotian apprentices are working, contributing to our communities, to this province, and to the diverse culture that makes Nova Scotia a vibrant place to live. This is a great example, Mr. Speaker, of the success that can come when community and government come together. And, Mr. Speaker, another group of 25 newcomers will go through the same program this year. Success in the private sector will mean more jobs for our young people and greater benefits for Nova Scotians. That is why we will make strategic investments to support economic growth in this province. Nova Scotia's fish and seafood sector provides quality jobs and economic opportunities for our people and for our coastal communities. The value of our seafood exports is growing, having reached $1.8 billion last year. We will work tirelessly to ensure our fishery remains strong, prosperous, and sustainable for generations. Mr. Speaker, our investment in this budget goes beyond what we promised for the industry in the spring. Nova Scotia will support Atlantic Fisheries Fund, announced in March by the federal government, by the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And this fund will focus on growing opportunities and increasing market value for high-quality fish and seafood products from Atlantic Canada. As a cost-sharing program, Nova Scotians' contribution this year will be $2.5 million, with federal and provincial contributions from New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. The total value of the fund will exceed $400 million over 7 years. This is an historic investment in innovation, infrastructure, and science in this very important sector. Mr. Speaker, the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, known as COVE, will house ocean business startups and small and medium enterprises. It is a site for ocean technology, innovation, and commercialization. It is on schedule to open in spring 2018, and this budget will provide $10.7 million for its capital and operating funding for this year. Mr. Speaker, 2017 is becoming and has become another banner year for tourism. So far this year, Nova Scotia has seen an increase of 95,000 visitors compared to 2016, for a total of 1.25 million visitors to our province. With this increase, Mr. Speaker, the preliminary estimate for tourism revenues through July 2017 is $1.4 billion. Up from $1.3 billion last year. And, Mr. Speaker, we have our sights set even higher for more growth as we work toward $4 billion in tourism revenues by 2024. We can only achieve this goal, Mr. Speaker, by attracting more first-time visitors and enhancing what we offer them when they are here. This year, we will create $2 million fund that will be used to help revitalize the province's iconic tourism sites. We will increase Nova Scotia's tourism marketing in China and explore opportunities to expand air access to bring more people to Nova Scotia. If we want a strong and thriving ocean sector, Mr. Speaker, tourism, industry, and economy together, we need to protect the environment that they depend on. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia is recognized as a national leader in fighting climate change. We have introduced renewable energy sources to the grid, such as wind and hydro, and we have made significant investments in energy efficiency programming. We are supporting further innovation in our renewable projects and technologies. Over the next year, we will develop a cap-and-trade program that will achieve even further greenhouse gas reductions while protecting the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians. Further, Mr. Speaker, our budget will build on the important work we have already started to support business growth. This includes expanding rural internet access, continuing with our ambitious highway plan, introducing business navigators, reducing red tape, and reducing taxes for small business. Mr. Speaker, small business owners are looking for ways to grow and to give back to their communities. And to help them, we will reduce their taxes by $14.1 million. We will do this, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the small business tax threshold to $500,000 from $350,000. This means a small business can earn $150,000 more income and still be taxed at a lower tax rate of 3%. In the past 2 years, government has cut red tape to help restaurants, local wineries, farmers, apprentices, and many businesses in other sectors. We have set a target to further reduce red tape by $25 million and have been meeting with business owners to get their ideas. This input will be added to the work already underway to achieve that target, which will help support business with their startup and their growth. We will also, Mr. Speaker, help our businesses pursue more opportunities in new and strategic markets. A new investment of $1.3 million will help increase exports and trade opportunities for businesses, including a new export accelerator program as part of the Atlantic Growth Strategy. We will double the Small Business Development Program, and we will continue to fund sector development programs for agriculture, forestry, aquaculture, and seafood industries. Through our province's first comprehensive culture action plan, we are also investing $2.1 million to support our artists, musicians, publishers, and other creative workers to drive exports and create our own economy. Mr. Speaker, our positive fiscal position creates more opportunities for all Nova Scotians. We are investing more in youth, in families, and in communities. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, we said we would start reforming our tax system once we could afford it. Now that we are at that point, Mr. Speaker, we are cutting income taxes by increasing the tax-free basic personal amount by up to $3,000 for those with taxable incomes under $75,000. Mr. Speaker, this tax measure will be in place on January 1st, 2018. What's most important is more than 60,000 people will no longer pay any provincial tax at all. That is a 28% increase, and it means that 283,000 Nova Scotians will not have to pay provincial tax. Mr. Speaker, this is more money staying in the pockets of recent graduates, of low-income and retired Nova Scotians, of single parents, of working families, and of small business owners. And, Mr. Speaker, this would not have been possible without the work of all Nova Scotians as we move this province toward restoring our financial health. The hard work of Nova Scotians is producing real benefits for them and for their families. This budget will also help 600 Nova Scotia foster families meet more of their day-to-day needs for the children in their care. They will receive higher babysitting rates and higher per diems, and their reimbursement for travel expenses will move to an automatic payment system. Mr. Speaker, this government has made home care a priority. By increasing funding and taking a new approach, people will have ready access to home support services. This budget will continue investing in home care, and it will expand the Caregiver Benefit Program, allowing it to reach 1,600 more people. And this will mean more than 3,000 Nova Scotian families can receive that benefit. Today, Mr. Speaker, we can fund more resources and support for families with children with autism. We will build on the success of the Early Intensive Behavioral Intervention Program by investing an additional $800,000 to help Autism Nova Scotia in its work with families. The funding will be used to implement the Social ABCs program, which will provide supports to children who have not yet entered the EIBI program. And this funding will also support families through regional autism resource centres around the province. Mr. Speaker, we continue to look at ways to help individuals and families across our province who live in poverty. A $2 million investment this year will kickstart a 4-year, $20 million plan that will identify and implement new approaches to help address this very important issue. Housing is another priority area for Nova Scotians, and we will invest in more affordable housing options and programming in partnership with the federal government. This year, $38 million will help create new affordable housing units, including new small option homes, offer more in rent supplements, and fund home repairs and adaptation programs to assist low-income homeowners. We will also fund projects that will make more buildings accessible to people with disabilities. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will support SHIFT, our action plan for an aging population. New initiatives stemming from this action plan will support older adults who can stay involved and stay connected in their own communities. As well, the budget for the Seniors Pharmacare program will increase by $7.9 million. This will help meet the growing demands on the program. Mr. Speaker, government has made no changes to the co-payments or to the premiums this year, and we are also committing that there will be no increases next year either. Mr. Speaker, this fall, more people will be able to receive help with the cost of heating their homes. Government is increasing the income threshold for a heating assistance rebate program for individuals and families. These changes will allow an additional 5,000 households across the province to be eligible for that support. Mr. Speaker, this budget will support a range of programs that help women at risk. This government made important strides with the development of our province's first sexual violence prevention strategy, and we will continue to work with community leaders and agencies to address the problems of sexual violence. Our ongoing commitment will be $1.1 million. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are increasing resources to Nova Scotia's legal aid, hiring 2 sexual assault prosecutors, and investing more to strengthen enforcement of court-order spousal and child support payments owed to our families. With the support from the federal government, Mr. Speaker, this year we are building 2 second-stage housing units in Cumberland County to support women and children fleeing domestic violence. Additionally, a 4-unit second-stage housing option will be built in the Halifax region, specifically to support Indigenous women and their children. Mr. Speaker, we will also expand the Domestic Violence Court to the Halifax region and make permanent the Domestic Violence Court first piloted in Sydney. In helping to address Indigenous issues within the justice system, government is moving forward with a new Aboriginal justice strategy, which will include a culturally sensitive wellness court in Wagmatcook. As the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls gets underway, Mr. Speaker, government will ensure support is available to assist individuals who become involved in the process. 3 community outreach specialists who have experience in dealing with trauma will be hired to provide cultural support to those families and community members who may need it. Mr. Speaker, today I present a budget that reflects what we have heard from Nova Scotians, their values, and their priorities. It invests in our businesses and in creating the conditions for economic growth and success. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal health of our province has improved. We are on a path to achieving ongoing financial sustainability. This has allowed us to continue to support economic growth, preserve financial capacity, make strategic investments, and provide the services and supports Nova Scotians expect and deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that has demonstrated that it cares. Mr. Speaker, we want all Nova Scotians to see themselves as part of the success of this great province. And before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that part of a tradition has been that the finance minister purchases new shoes. I don't need any new shoes, but what I did do, I went to a needy family, 2 children in elementary school. They need sneakers, rubber boots, whatever for their feet. So I've set it up for the mother to take those 2 little kids to a shoe store. There's a credit there for them, and they can buy their own shoes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Seated in the gallery today, we have a couple of young people that are here interested in politics. In the corner, we have Tyler Baker. He's here with his father, Bud. And over here, we have Alison MacGyver. She's here with her equally young aunt, Teresa Reid. Maybe we can get Tyler and Alison to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't acknowledge the regulars up there in the corner, but also the young people, and also the young at heart, and Mike Saltario and John A. McDonald there. Thank you all for being here today. So, lots of work goes into the preparation of a budget, Mr. Speaker. There's volumes and pages of work that's prepared, so we certainly appreciate the work that the staff does on this. And as I was reflecting on this budget and some of the items in the budget, which we'll get to speak today, but I can't help but think about the voter turnout. And it struck me when I heard the minister referring right off the top in the opening comments, Mr. Speaker, we are here as a government because Nova Scotians want to continue to work with us. And I think that statement might have been a little bit more accurate, Mr. Speaker, if they said we're here as a government because 38% of Nova Scotians want to work with us, because that's the reality of the voter turnout in this province. And a newsflash for the government members, if any of those 30% are small business owners or doctors, guess what? Numbers going down, folks. But as we look at this budget today, the member from Cumberland South this morning and I were looking at it, and he made an observation. He said, of course the budget is balanced on paper. Of course you can balance a budget when you don't have any doctors. And that's kind of what's happening in this province right now. There's a lot of time over the next few days to talk about tax yields and tax rates and where the money's going. We'll certainly spend a great deal of time talking about that. But as I approach this budget, it occurs to me there's a lot of money, $11 billion budget. It's a big enterprise, a lot of money flowing in, a lot of money flowing out, and all of that money comes from people, and it touches people. So we need to be conscious of what types of programs are being supported and which types of programs are being cut. And we'll look at that over the next few days. But last night, my colleague from Dartmouth East made a statement that kind of struck with me. It's an old quote. He tells me that he says, "Challenge is nature's way of strengthening." And when you think about the people of this province, we've certainly had our fair share of challenges. And we are strong people in Nova Scotia. We're people of dignity. Nova Scotians don't want to live in poverty. But Nova Scotians, they want to do their part. They want to be respected. And the environment of the province right now is such that people don't feel respected. And if you ask yourself, do doctors feel respected? Do teachers feel respected? Do social workers feel respected? And the member from Dartmouth North, I think, had an article about social workers, the burnout amongst social workers and stuff. These are all things that if we have to ask ourselves, do any of the people that were marching around this legislature just a few short days ago, do they feel respected? And I think the answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. And at some point, you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why the great divide between classes of people and government and people? And we need to think about those people today as we review this budget. Those are the people that we should be thinking about. They're working hard. They're often overworked. They can't get to every student. They can't get to every patient. They can't get to every file. And it puts a ton of stress on them. So as a government, one thing that government can provide is respect. It's free to respect people. And on the other side of the coin is trust. So respect is free to be given, but trust must be earned. And as we stand here today, the trust is broken in many relationships because the government hasn't respected the people. And I hope this government is ready to try and earn that trust. But I look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if that's the case or not. Because if you think about some of the recent actions of the government, there's no dignity in not negotiating with people. There's no dignity in just legislating contracts on everyone who is in your employ. And there's certainly no respect in what happened to the film industry in this province. So we understand why the trust is broken. And we hope that the government will work to earn that trust back. So in today's budget is a very interesting budget, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of this has already happened. We're halfway through the year. Much of this has already happened. Much of this money has already come in, and much of this money has already gone out. Now, we did ask this morning, well, how much has already gone out, and how would it compare when you look at the budget? Because the budget is just a dream of, it's the government's view of what may happen. It's their wishes, it's their dream for what will happen. And we know that in this case, this year, at this moment in time, much of it has already happened. So it's a fair question to ask, how are you tracking against what your expectations were versus your actual? We don't have the answer to that. Well, somebody has the answer, Mr. Speaker, but it wasn't one that was certainly shared with us. But we do know that the way that this province operates, when you're operating without a budget, you can spend up to half of the prior year's budget amount. So if you had a $100 budget last year, you can spend up to $50. You can just do that. If you're going to go over, you need special permission from the legislature or from special warrants. And we know that we're halfway through the year, interestingly, almost exactly halfway through the year. And we do know that there was $1.2 million in special warrants. So it's hard to understand and make sense of all that, but we know that much of this has already happened. But the thing that I find interesting about the fact that much of this has already happened is on the revenue side, the money coming in, because we know that the government, we heard lots of applause for themselves today, and the feel-good nature of back-to-back balanced budgets certainly is a nice headline, Mr. Speaker, would certainly imply that things are just going great. And yet, when you look at the revenue projections, the changes in revenues from the April budget that was tabled on the eve of an election, Mr. Speaker, to today, there was a change in revenues. That's a short period of time, but there was yet a pretty dramatic change in revenues. And guess which way it went, Mr. Speaker, in the case of personal income tax estimates? It went down. It went down. So we do know that in that short period of time, it's not all roses and sunshine, Mr. Speaker, for the people of this province. I think, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat for a second. Member wants to make an introduction. Or?
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the member for Pictou East for allowing me to make a quick, timely introduction here. I do have a constituent in the audience and a good friend. I'd like to bring this House's attention to the East Gallery, where I have my good buddy Lionel Landry here with us today from Yarmouth. He's a long-standing party member, someone who has always been there as a source of support and assistance for me during campaigns and all the time in between. So I want to just take a moment to thank him for his friendship, support, and for being here with us today. And I would ask that the House give Lionel a warm welcome.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be a miracle if the minister's sincere gratitude towards me extends to the end of this speech, but we'll see. We do know that the revenues have changed dramatically, and that is cause for concern for me. And then when we look at what's in the budget, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, to think about what's not in the budget that maybe should be in the budget. And we have a very skinny surplus. Surplus is good in many ways. It's assumed to be good, but a very skinny surplus of $21 million. And in getting to that surplus, we don't know what is booked in the accounts for the great number of lawsuits that the province is facing as a result of the actions of this government in their most recent term. Lawsuits launched by the Teachers Union, lawsuits launched by the NSGEU, and a whole host of others, which could have very dramatic impacts on the finances of this province. They could evaporate that skinny surplus instantaneously, Mr. Speaker. So we need to think about that. We also need to think about the situation that's come out recently with respect to the HST on gaming revenues. We do know that the province has been levied $53 million in HST that they've paid, but are appealing. So they paid it while they appeal it. It's not booked through the income statement, Mr. Speaker. It's just sitting in a prepaid asset account, if you can believe that. If that appeal is not successful, the whole $53 million comes back. Guess what? Your $21 million surplus is now a $30 million deficit, Mr. Speaker. So these are very real things. But the thing that is interesting to me is that there's nothing in this budget to deal with marijuana legalization, Mr. Speaker. We know that the federal government will legalize marijuana in July. It's not that far away. And yet there's nothing in this budget today to prepare for that inevitability. And if you think about some of the things like the training of law enforcement officers, a constituent was mentioning to me just this morning, Mr. Speaker, about the drug recognition experts that will be required across this province. And there'll be quite a few of them that will be required. And the training for those drug recognition experts is 17 to 20 grand a pop, Mr. Speaker. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and yet nothing in this budget. So it just makes me, as we look forward, if that's not being done this fall, and it's not in this budget, which goes to the end of March, and the legalization is in July 1st, Canada Day, there's not a big window of time, and it makes me wonder if this government is prepared for that. And it's reflective of much of the planning we've seen from this government on many issues. In other words, non-existent, Mr. Speaker. But the marijuana issue is too big of an issue to bumble in the way that some of the other recent things have been bumbled by this government. So it's just it's an interesting observation, and there is some things in there that we wish weren't in there, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thinking about $1.6 million is in there for consultations and preparation, I guess, for the carbon tax. So they have $1.6 million set aside to get ready for the carbon tax. Now, I found it interesting, Mr. Speaker, when I looked through the nice little handout that proclaims all the wonderful things of the government. There's things all the way down here to $50,000 for this and $30,000 for this, but no mention of the 1.6 for the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. Interesting that it didn't make it into their highlights, because they know what we know. Carbon tax not good for this province, Mr. Speaker, and but here we go with money for that. And the other thing that really strikes me is there are a couple references of internet, and coming from a rural area, I know the challenges that the people that live in rural areas face with respect to internet service, and it would amaze most people from the city of how many people don't have access to. And I won't even say adequate internet, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that they don't have access to internet and cell phone coverage. So in this budget here, I did see $14.5 million for rural internet, but it raises the question for me of what's the real plan? What's the real long-term plan? And is this government organized enough to have a plan to tap into some of the federal funds that are available? And I don't know, and again, I worry about the planning that we see, Mr. Speaker, on a lot of these issues. So I mentioned the personal income tax, the sharp decline in personal income taxes, and that sharp decline was due to, and this is the way it was explained to me, Mr. Speaker, lower than expected growth in household income. Lower than expected growth in household income. We know what that means, Mr. Speaker. People aren't making more money. They're working harder, but they're not making more money. And that is a frustrating thing for people, and that trend is down. So when you think about this government has announced what they call the largest tax cut in recent history, was the way it was described, Mr. Speaker. Tax cuts, generally a good thing. We like tax cuts. We like people retaining the money they earn. And to refer to the tax cut as the largest tax cut in recent history, there's no real answer to how recent. And it made me think, Mr. Speaker, this is the best glass of water I had in recent times. It's an indefensible statement. But that's the type of statements that we see from this government. The largest tax cut in recent history, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. My colleague from Sydney River, Meyer Lewisburg, says the recent history is perhaps since their May budget. And that's the type of stuff. So we do know the federal government has some tax changes proposed that have caused a lot of anxiety. They've caused a lot of anxiety in me, Mr. Speaker. And when we ask the question, will this government benefit from those federal income tax changes? And of course the answer is yes, they will. But when you ask that question, the Premier says, we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that today. So it's disingenuous, at least at a time when this government should be standing up for Nova Scotians, fighting for our economy, fighting for our healthcare system, because these changes will hurt both of those. They will hurt our economy and they will hurt our healthcare system. And these are changes that should be opposed because we have a disproportionate risk to other provinces. Now, last week in question period, the Premier was asked repeatedly, would he stand up against those changes, and he really didn't have any answer. He wasn't acknowledging anything there, Mr. Speaker. But he left this chamber, and he went on the radio, obviously thought better of it, said that's an indefensible position, I better change up my notes here a little bit, I guess. And he went on the radio, and I was glad to hear the Premier say that not so much that he was concerned, but that he was passing along the concerns that he was hearing. It's not quite there, Mr. Speaker, but it was certainly a change from what we heard on the floor of this legislature. He was passing along the concerns of others. I guess the next step would be for him to generate his own concerns and share those, and that would be fun. But the whole concept of the federal changes, it gives me pause for thought. I find it very, very funny to hear the federal Liberals talking about being worried about families using business as an advantage. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that may be a little easier to believe if it wasn't being touted by a minister and a prime minister who's really one of their main claims to fame is their family fortunes. So it would be a little easier to take, Mr. Speaker, for the rest of us if they weren't taking that type of a position. But this budget today, this budget is the first budget of this new government. It's a glimpse into maybe what we'll expect from this term, because we did have an election. We did have an election, Mr. Speaker, and I know the NDP was maybe hoping for a bit of divine intervention in that election, but the Premier was returned. We know the Premier was returned, and my grandmother had an expression about her china, and she always said that the more often you use your china, the stronger it gets. And that's an expression that my grandmother always had. And she would say that it says it right in the care instructions. And I've often been thinking of her saying that as I think of the Premier and all of his trips to China. I think the Premier might be confused with the care instructions for the province and an actual strategy for growing the province, because I am confused by how often he goes to China. But he did come back with something great this time, Mr. Speaker. He did succeed in getting membership into a club. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's a club you have to pay to join, and he could have did it from Google, from sitting in his office here, Mr. Speaker. He didn't have to go to China. He didn't have to go to China. He could have done that on the internet. If he had internet, he could have did it from home, Mr. Speaker. So we talk about the revenues, we talk about the expenses, and of course we have to talk about the Department of Health, which is the largest expenditure of the province, $4.2 billion. And of course, in that amount of budget, there's some stuff that we can all support and get behind, and there certainly is some good things in the budget around the opioid and the oral cancer. I'm pleased to see that the government is finally acting on that stuff. But I am a believer in people taking some responsibility for their own health. So I've been watching with great interest as the Minister of Health has been on a social media campaign. His Back to Fit campaign, I believe he called it, Mr. Speaker, is day 5 of his Back to Fit, or day 10 of his Back to Fit, and he's on day 71 now. And I did notice, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of what the minister is doing is biking. I saw a lot of biking in the summer, and that's good, and it wasn't lost on me on how appropriate that was, because the minister is the master of spin, Mr. Speaker. So we heard the Premier saying that during the election campaign, he heard Nova Scotians. He heard Nova Scotians and their concerns about primary health care. He says he heard them. And he said that today we would see, that he got the message, and today we would see a government that reflected his receipt of the message from the people. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just what you say, it's what you do. And there is nothing in this budget devoted to improving the situation around primary health care in this province. Remarkably, Mr. Speaker, nothing. And that is the real shame. I would say the message was not received. And there is so much that could be done. There is so much that could be done, and much of it doesn't even cost money. It doesn't cost money to listen to the concerns of the doctors and have a system in place where they know how to raise those concerns and who to raise them to. That doesn't cost money. It just takes planning and organization. So we see in the budget money for this surgery, more money for ortho, more money for this. But let's stand back and say, who's going to do those surgeries? Who's going to do those surgeries, Mr. Speaker? And where will they be done? And that's the part that's not well thought out. The healthcare demands are at an all-time high in this province. And yet, the value placed on healthcare providers is at an all-time low. The demands are at an all-time high, and the value placed on healthcare providers, especially around primary care, is at an all-time low. I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, to read in the pamphlet here that last year's healthcare budget was underspent. Mr. Speaker, they didn't even spend the money that they had allocated for healthcare. Imagine my surprise, because it's an indication of the priorities of this government. You can't go around and say, we hear the people of the province, we hear their concerns around health care, and we've got the message and we're going to deal with it, and then not spend the budget that's allocated to it. I would have, with the concerns around health care and the doctor shortage, over 100,000 people in this province don't have a doctor, don't have access to primary health care. And yet here we have a government that didn't even spend the money allocated to health care in the province. It's an absolute shame, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute shame, and I hear it's only getting worse. And I do hear the Premier, I heard the Premier say that the federal tax changes won't hurt us because they're national. And we're all in the same boat was what he was suggesting. But we already have amongst the lowest paid doctors and the highest taxes. We will get disproportionately hurt. And the Premier should know that the master agreement that he signed with doctors just in 2015 already reduced their incomes. There's very, very serious issues in healthcare. There's things that can be done. Imagine having a billing code. Imagine having a billing code on the books that would allow doctors to do non-face-to-face visits so they could call and get through people. Imagine that billing code exists, but it's not used because it's too complicated to use. It's easier for the doctors to call the people in for the visit. These are the types of things that should be fixed, and the Premier doesn't want to acknowledge the crisis in healthcare, but it exists. And it would be okay if he didn't acknowledge it, but he tried to fix it. But looking at the budget today, I don't see it. I don't see how it's trying to be fixed. Before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk about education, another very serious issue and a big budget item. And unfortunately, the education minister, like the health minister, is spinning his wheels. Now, I'm going to do something, Mr. Speaker, that I don't do often or don't do often enough, but I do want to congratulate the minister on something that he did do or he was responsible for. A young family told me that their child was getting ready to start pre-primary, and they were very nervous. They didn't know what was going to happen or what to expect. And then then the child found some relief in knowing that the minister in this government also don't know what's going to happen with pre-primary or what to expect. So he felt a little comforted knowing he wasn't on his own. And again, if you look at the actuals versus the budget from last year, education budget underspent. Think of all the concerns in education. I think that was probably one of the biggest rallies in history, Mr. Speaker, last year when the teachers marched around here to make their points, which were well received by people on this side of the House. We understand what they're getting at, but maybe not so well received on the other side when you see that they have underspent. Healthcare, education, transportation. There is one mention. I did catch one mention of roads in here, Mr. Speaker, and We have a 13-page document, Mr. Speaker, on all the wonderful things this government is doing. And in 13 pages, there are 6 words devoted to roads. And this says, the sentence is on page 10. This includes expanding rural internet access, continuing with our ambitious highway plan, and blah, 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 Mr. Speaker. But that's the only reference to roads in this whole thing. Now, I know the transportation has sailed into his new role here. And I hope that he is on the job more often than the cat is, because we all know that the Yarmouth Ferry, Mr. Speaker, has not been running near as much as people would have hoped. And in fact, if we think about the amount of money that's spent on that Yarmouth Ferry every year, it's higher than our roads budget. At this point in time, the government's plan, the deal the government signed, believed in, and toted, would have anticipated roughly 120,000 passengers over the last 2 seasons. And Mr. Speaker, you know as well as I do, nowhere close to that. Maybe 80,000. And yet another 10,000 on the lease this year. So maybe it's just as well. Maybe we'll see more ferries, Mr. Speaker, because our roads are so bad and deteriorating so bad. Maybe we will have to revert to water transportation for everything. So we will see, or the ferries with magic wands. Thank you to the member from Inverness for that. But Mr. Speaker, there's a ton of risk in this budget. We have the HST around the VLTs, could easily turn this to a deficit. We have a number of lawsuits facing the province, could easily turn this into a deficit. And I will say this about Nova Scotians: they will do their part if they think everyone is doing their part. But we have an environment in this province where people feel that not everyone is doing their part, because it seems that some people get raises, get jobs, get money because they're part of the club. And of course, we need to think about the situation at Acadia University. It turns out that even though the government said there was no more money, there was some money for some, Mr. Speaker. There was some money for some, but just not for others. Think about where we started, respecting people. Think about where we started, trusting the government. Some say that this government has the courage of its contradictions, Mr. Speaker. And I will make no judgment on the Acadia decision, but I will certainly make judgment on the way that it came about. And I will certainly make judgment on the process that wasn't followed. This is not about Acadia getting money, but others not getting money. It's just about others not knowing that they could get money if they could get into an inner circle, which is certainly what it seems like to us standing out here. Now CBU saw the injustice of it. They saw the injustice of it, and they spoke out against it. And wasn't it interesting, Mr. Speaker, when the minister then said, well, we got some money for you too. So it's not the way that things are supposed to work. And if you think about a person of honor like David Wheeler, who thought there was no more money and tried to do everything that he could, and probably ultimately the cuts that he had to make, because he didn't know there wasn't really any rules. He tried to do what was right. The cuts that he made to do what he thought everyone else was having to do maybe cost him his job there, Mr. Speaker. And that's a very, very sad outcome for a government to have forced on an institution, on a people. There's a funding formula for universities. Everyone sticks to it, except those that don't, Mr. Speaker. Except those that don't. And the whole club concept is something that has angered Nova Scotians. I remember when NSBI was hiring, and they explicitly said at the start of their process, they want somebody from Nova Scotia, and they want somebody with deep commercial experience. That's the criteria. They got neither, Mr. Speaker. Was it the club mentality? I'll let that linger on this House, Mr. Speaker. People are angry. People feel like they're not being treated fairly by this government. People feel like they're not being respected. And I have an expression for that, Mr. Speaker. I say that this is a do as I say, not as I do government, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we see the type of turnout we do. People are frustrated by how decisions are made, and they want to know, how do ordinary Nova Scotians get access to these same opportunities, because they should have access to these same opportunities, but they don't. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of numbers to go through here, but we have a bigger issue to deal with in this province, and that's the culture of this province that this government has created. And we need to change that culture, and we on this side of the House will make every effort to do that. Is the balanced budget? It's hard to say. Time will tell on that one. Do people need to be treated better? They most definitely do. So what I would say, Mr. Speaker, for now, to be continued. And with those few words, I would adjourn debate on the budget for today.
Motion is to adjourn debate. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Motion is to adjourn debate. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The honourable member, no? For Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
All right. I would like to draw the House's attention to the East Gallery, where we are joined with a first-time visitor to our House. And I would ask Lois Bignell, please to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House. And she's not going to. Please stay on, Lois. Thank you.
We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, September 26th, more than 300 Nova Scotian government employees received long service awards for 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and even 50 years of service to the province, and an incredible achievement. And whereas there are more than 10,000 across the province committed to serving the citizens of Nova Scotia over many years. And whereas across the province, government employees are providing families, businesses, and communities with the programs and services they rely on day in and day out. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulate the long service employees and all civil servants across the province who work tirelessly to serve the citizens of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regular notice on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, September 26th, 27 Nova Scotia government employees, one individual with 3 groups, received the Premier's Award of Excellence, which is the most prestigious government award. And whereas this award recognizes the exceptional efforts of public servants who deliver high-quality programs and services to Nova Scotia families, community, and businesses. And whereas these employees reflect government's commitment to public service excellence and continuous improvement while demonstrating the courage to step into new territory and achieve their goals. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulate these 27 employees and all civil servants across the province who work tirelessly to serve the citizens of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas every autumn the Valley Harvest Marathon in Wolfville attracts thousands of participants of every age and ability. And whereas last year the Valley Harvest Marathon had more than 2,500 runners, including over 1,000 children, participate in runs throughout the weekend. And whereas this year, 2017, will mark the 25th anniversary of the Valley Harvest Marathon. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join in congratulating the organizers, volunteers, and participants who continue to make the Valley Harvest Marathon a successful event year after year. Offer their best wishes as the Valley Harvest Marathon marks its 25th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice, passage without debate.
The subject matter is sport and rec for the province, and he is the Minister of Sport and Rec under his portfolio of Communities, Culture and Heritage. There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the unanimous consent of the House, I ask that we revert back to the tabling of petitions.
Is it agreed? It is agreed. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition on behalf of Speaker, the residents of Eagle Ridge Green Lot Owners Association. Mr. Speaker, the operative clause is we are against the proposed clear cut to the Crown lands to the west and north of our development in Annapolis County, Nova Scotia. We are currently using these lands for recreational purposes by our development, Mr. Speaker. There are 59 names attached to it, and I've attached mine.
Unfortunately, we have to reject the petition as there is no ask of government. There is a statement of dislike of government operations, but the Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I would like to have members acknowledge the East Gallery, where my constituency assistant.
Your helper.
I'm so excited, Mr. Speaker, that she's here to hear the budget, but she likes question period even more than the budget or my speeches. So Ruth Walwyn is my constituency assistant, and I'd like to welcome her to the House.
We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1989, the Victims' Rights and Services Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1989, the Victim Services Act.
Bill number 4, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1989, the Victims' Rights and Services Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act, respecting sexual assault law education for judges.
Thanks. The Honourable Member for Pictou West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act, respecting sexual assault law education for judges.
Bill number 5, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act, respecting sexual assault law education for judges.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Address Sexual Violence at Colleges and Universities.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Address Sexual Violence at Colleges and Universities.
Bill number 6, entitled An Act to Address Sexual Violence at Colleges and Universities.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to congratulate Peter and Pat Spicer of Spencer's Island on being chosen as the Provincial Woodlot Owners of the Year for 2017. The Spicers were chosen because of their careful stewardship and creative management of their 1,600-acre woodlot. This woodlot has been in the Spencer family for 7 generations and once provided wood for shipbuilding. The woodlot includes a range of forest ecosystems and is harvested for timber and non-timber forest products. It provides social and economic benefits to the community, such as cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, and other forms of recreation. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Peter and Pat Spicer on this outstanding achievement and wish them well in all their future endeavours. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of my fellow members to the tabling of a very important report yesterday. The Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent, a working group of the Human Rights Council of the UN, tabled its report. Many local African Nova Scotian leaders met with the working group when they traveled to Nova Scotia last October. The report finds, no surprise, disproportionately high unemployment rates among African Nova Scotians. It also details many other intersecting and multiple forms of discrimination that impact health and education outcomes. This issue of disproportionately high unemployment and lack of workforce participation amongst the African Nova Scotian population was an issue that was identified in the Ivany report. In fact, it's goal number 8 of the One Nova Scotia Commission. But I see on the One Nova Scotia Commission's website that not only is there no progress on this goal, the metric is under development, and it's also missing from this budget speech today. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the kindness of Jackson McDonald, Ainsley Chason, Caitlin Sedge, Haley Gammon, Brennan Travis, and Matthew Oak. These 6 young people did not want their friend Jessica Gwinnett to miss out on the celebrations surrounding the grade 9 graduation dance at Ridgecliffe Middle School. The group arrived at their finery at the IWK where Jessica was staying so that she could be a part of the glamour and excitement of the night. They brought along their makeup artists and corsage for Jessica. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating each of the above named individuals for their thoughtfulness and generosity of spirit and wish them well into their high school education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to a new documentary entitled Only 78, which was recently screened at the Atlantic Film Festival in Halifax. After 8 years of meetings, media interviews, and even a complaint filed with the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner's Office, Gaborone eventually won repairs for its seawall in early 2014 through a $700,000 shared funding agreement with 3 levels of government. The film's maker, Jarwad Mir, was struck by the resilience of the people of Gaborone. The community has shown it doesn't matter how small you are, you fight. You just have to go for it. It is a pleasure to congratulate Gerard for his bringing the plight of this small community of Gaborone to the forefront, and the people of Gaborone for not taking no for an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in remembrance and respect of the 100th anniversary of the explosion of number 12 Colliery in New Waterford. Time may heal some wounds, but in New Waterford, the tragedy of July 25th, 1917 is still a painful memory. 65 miners lost, many wounded and permanently injured, families left to struggle without their loved ones and providers, surviving miners left without work. In the years following the 1917 explosion, coal and steel workers would fight the industrial powers for better wages, safer conditions, and an improved standard of life. Collective bargaining rights in Nova Scotia did not just happen to workers. They were fought for, and they were especially fought for in Cape Breton. From the strikes led by J.B. McLaughlin to the death of William Davis in 1925, miners sacrificed their safety and their jobs, even their lives, for the greater collective good. Anyone who comes from a mining family knows the courage it took to go down to those mines every day and the hardship that was faced by mining families, especially in the early days when miners and their partners and children were literally forced into starvation by low wages. Mining is a part of our history in Cape Breton.
Member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend marked the 7th annual Lumiere Arts at Night Festival, which saw over 10,000 residents attend the Sydney waterfront to support 40 artists from across Cape Breton and around Canada. Always an amazing event. There's a tremendous amount of work that goes into Lumiere. I want to recognize Alice McLean, the board chair, and all the board of directors of Lumiere, Sarah Roth, who was the event coordinator, and all of the volunteers that were responsible for making the 7th edition of Lumiere another great success for Sydney and making it a premier art event in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2010, the Mi'kmaq Summer Games have been revitalized and held annually in Unamaki communities throughout Cape Breton. The 2017 event was held in Wagimacook First Nation in August. On Wednesday, August 23rd, at the Wagimacook Cultural Centre, 3 new inductees were entered into the Mi'kmaq Sports Hall of Fame to ensure recognition of outstanding support, accomplishment, and achievements. I rise today to recognize and congratulate this year's inductees into the Mi'kmaq Sports Hall of Fame: Noel Powell, athlete; Charlie Peter Gugu, builder; and Alex Denny, athlete. I would like all members of this legislature to join me in congratulating these 3 individuals on their achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the first people I met after my election to this House was Cheyenne Hardy, a grade 11 student from Dartmouth North. She is a warm and intelligent young person who is a fierce advocate for our community. Today, Cheyenne is in Toronto about to receive the Prince of Wales Award at the WE Day celebrations. She is one of 4 young Canadians receiving this award, and she's being honoured for her work in reducing the stigma of living in Dartmouth North and for her fundraising efforts to help a young girl from Africa named Precious receive a life-saving surgery. Mr. Speaker, I ask this Assembly to join me today in congratulating Cheyenne Hardy for this award and thanking her for her service to our community.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Isabel McLean, a young member of our Fairview community who was recently selected to be on the Thompson Rivers University track and field team in Kamloops, British Columbia. Isabel began competing in track and field events at the young age of 10. She has trained and competed diligently, specifically in hurdles and sprints, and was successful in both regional and provincial meets. Isabel continued her athletic career in high school, maintaining success in both academics and sports, including track, badminton, and rugby. As a member of the Halifax West High School's track and field team, Isabel made provincials for the 4x100 race, and in June of 2017 was recognized on the principals list for having maintained an average above 90% throughout her high school career. Isabel has learned determination and mental discipline through athletics, which will help her throughout her life. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Isabel McLean and wishing her every success in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Family doctor, Dr. Michael Keogh, last week informing her that he is closing his practice September 30th due to relocation. Unfortunately, he was unable to find a replacement. This leaves Julie in a position of having no family doctor again for the second time in 2.5 years. Her original family doctor retired in 2015, and she was so pleased to get in with Dr. Keogh last November. He's a relatively young person, so she hoped to be under his care for a long time. Julie is sad professionals in our province no longer want to work in Nova Scotia. She knows they are leaving for, not leaving for any other reason than the working conditions in our province. Mr. Speaker, I call upon this government to address the conditions which leads to established doctors like Dr. Kehoe from leaving this province.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, as has already been mentioned in the House, this is Forest Week. During the election campaign, many of us heard concerns from voters about the state of Nova Scotia's forest. People across the province are working to show that there is a different way to care for and make a living from our forests. The Otter Pond Demonstration Forest has brought together many of them. It was created as a division of the Nova Scotia Woodlot Owners and Operators Association in the wake of a clear cut on Crown land. Local woodlot owners, harvesters, environmentalists, and community leaders came together to push for an alternative, a site where people together can learn how to manage a forest for many values. That's what they do now on 500 hectares. They do cut when it makes sense, ecologically and economically, with a view to the very long term. And they offer education recently on identifying lichens, including the boreal felt lichen, endangered in Nova Scotia and insufficiently protected by the current buffer zone of 100 meters. And coming up in October, managing hardwoods for value. I thank them for demonstrating what we can do together.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my constituents who supported me in the May's provincial election and thank all the residents who voted. Our riding has had one of the highest voters turnouts of 57%. I am grateful to those who supported me through donations and to the hard-working team of volunteers who seriously contributed their time and effort to my campaign. And also thanks to the fellow candidates, Dan McNaughton, Trevor Senepas, and Anthony Edmond, for all the exciting and very competitive election. Mr. Speaker, being re-elected as MLA for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank is an honour, and I appreciate the support and the many kind words of congratulations received. I had the privilege of meeting many of my constituents while campaigning, and I am recommitting that I will continue to work hard on behalf of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to focus members' attention on a young student athlete from Stellarton. Allison Hood recently played with the Pictou County Subway Selects and will continue her studies and hockey career at Newbridge Academy, a private school in Sackville, Nova Scotia. The talented athlete is well known in Pictou County hockey circles, where she has exhibited great puck possession skills, mobility, and a valuable two-way player. Allison's offensive and defensive instincts allow coaches to use her in numerous situations. She's a three-time provincial champion and a two-time silver medalist during her young hockey career. Hopefully her experience at Newbridge Academy will propel her career to a whole new dimension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Justin Barron and Hannah Huntley, two students of Fairview Junior High who were recognized by the Nova Scotia School Athletic Federation as Male and Female Athletes of the Year. Throughout the province's school system, over 40,000 students participate in school sport programs. Each year, 19 different sports are offered under the advising of coaches, parents, and staff members. These sports promote healthy lifestyles as well as ensure that time management and leadership skills are perfected. Each year, the Federation distributes awards to a male and female recipient who demonstrates exceptional athletic ability and sportsmanship. These awards are given out at an annual luncheon, the celebration of school sport. Hannah is an avid volleyball player, playing for the Bedford Blizzard Volleyball Club, as well as a key player in her school's own team. Not only was Justin heavily involved in interscholastic athletics, he was recently the Halifax Mooseheads' 13th overall pick in the Quebec Minor Junior Hockey League draft. It is already evident that these two students have a bright future ahead of them through both sports and academics. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing Hannah and Justin and wish them continued success in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and pay homage to Lisa McDonald for being honoured by Molson Canadian Brewing Company as a leader in her community. Molson recognized 1,500 individuals across Canada with commemorative crates and only 150 people with an extra special recognition. Ms. McDonald received both. Lisa has a history of being involved in a multitude of community organizations and boards, such as the Aberdeen Hospital Foundation, Foundation, Summer Street Industries, the Pictou County Food Bank, and New Glasgow Farmers Market, just to name a few. She dedicates her spare time to helping others and lending a hand wherever needed. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my dear friend Lisa for her recognition and thank her for many years of dedication and service to our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Jason Bond, a recipient today of the Premier's Award of Excellence. The Award of Excellence recognizes public servants who go above and beyond in delivering high-quality programs and services to Nova Scotia families, communities, and businesses. Mr. Speaker, it is the most prestigious government award that can be bestowed in recognition of public service excellence. Dr. Bond, working in the Department of Internal Services, modernized the coordinate referencing system for all location-based information across Nova Scotia. This significant technical achievement allows for instantaneous, high accuracy positioning anywhere in the province. To put this in perspective, the accurate positioning of property lines is foundational to our provincial land title system, the basis for property taxation. Dr. Bond's advances in the adoption of the satellite-based Global Positioning System, or GPS, allows land surveyors to collect and analyze. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the Legislature to join me in congratulating Dr. Bond.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Dartmouth Learning Network on the opening of their new office. Established in 1985, the Dartmouth Learning Network offers free classes and tutoring for adults looking to gain new skills, their adult high school diploma, or their GED. This organization, Mr. Speaker, with its staff and dedicated team of over 40 volunteer tutors, is a fantastic addition to our Dartmouth East community. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome them to the Tacoma Drive neighborhood and congratulate them on the opening of their new office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to pay thanks to the people that support you throughout your campaigning, and I know that many other members in this Assembly have gone ahead and done so. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank everybody in my community who voted to support me to come back to this House. I'm looking forward to representing them in this House, and I'm also looking forward to supporting the Minister Responsible Youth with my new responsibilities as a ministerial assistant responsible for youth. In particular, I would like to acknowledge my campaign team, the ones who got me through to this point, Bill Woodburn, Paul Dion, Kathy Baker, Liz Shaw, Mitch Griffiths, Trevor Floyd, and frankly, there's too many to acknowledge, but I just want to say thank you to them and say that I'm excited to be back. Cheers, guys.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to two young entrepreneurs who established a health-oriented garden last year in the Shorts Lake area. They delivered organic vegetables to 30 local customers. This year, Kaylee McKinney and December Sampson, who both have doctors for parents, are giving their clients the added advantage of fresh air and exercise through a roadside stand and operation of a UPIC. They also have free-range chicken and beef available and are selling apples from a UPIC orchard this fall. With provincial occurrences of obesity, respiratory problems, and high blood pressure above the national average, the healthy alternatives offered by these young people who plan to study medicine this fall is hugely important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to have been re-elected to serve the Lunenburg constituency in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. It was encouraging to meet so many new people and longtime residents on doorsteps and at events during my recent campaign travels. I appreciate the time they took to share with me their ideas, concerns, and aspirations. Again, they have entrusted me with speaking on their behalf, and since the May 30th, 2017 election, they have continued to provide me with ideas and feedback through their willingness to discuss what matters to them. I will continue to work on their behalf to help address challenges and make improvements here in the Lunenburg constituency. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature join me in thanking the constituents of the Lunenburg constituency for putting their trust in me once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to inform the House that on July the 1st, 2017, the residents of Beaverbank, Kinsack unearthed a time capsule that had been buried in the community cenotaph since 1992 in recognition of Canada's 150th birthday. Inside were numerous artifacts, including a list of members of service groups, hockey cards, newspaper clippings, class project from local elementary schools, all predicting what they would think Beaverbank would be like in 2017. Submissions were again taken and the capsule was again reburied, which will be open for 175th Canadian celebrations. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a chance to thank the residents of Beaverbank, Kinsack, and recognize those individuals who provided a glimpse of history. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West. There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Surah Haddad of Clayton Park Dental for her remarkable dedication to her patients. In August, Dr. Haddad hosted a Customer Appreciation Day for her patients. This event was to celebrate the 5-year of participating dentistry in Clayton Park and to give back to the people who make it possible for her to do so. Dr. Haddad is highly regarded by many as dentist that can cater to any patient she meets. Not only is she wonderful with children, but she also is fluent in both English and Arabic, which is essential in such a diverse community. Last year, Dr. Haddad provided newcomers and refugees with free dental care upon their arrival in the city. It is acts such as these that further prove the compassion and dedication that Dr. Haddad possesses. Mr. Speaker, I would ask members of this House of Assembly to join me in recognizing the outstanding acts put forth by Dr. Surah Haddad and her team at Clayton Park Dental. We appreciate your dedication to our community.
Thank you. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the organizers of the Northside Salute to the 150th anniversary of Canada and the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. It took the combined efforts of 3 local legions under the leadership of retired Regimental Sergeant Major John McNeil, who has worked with large-scale tattoos across Canada and Europe. A host of local talent entertained a sold-out crowd for over 2 hours. Everyone hopes this event will become an annual event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers and organizers who spent countless hours creating this quality community event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Colebrook native and Acadia University Theatre graduate Jacob Sampson on the phenomenal success of his play Chasing Champions, the Sam Langford story. This play tells the story of the early 20th century boxing legend Sam Langford, an African-Canadian from Weymouth Falls, Nova Scotia. Sam is considered one of the greatest boxers of all time, but was never able to win a world title due to racism and the fact that other champions were scared to fight him. Chasing Champions won 6 merit awards for excellence in Nova Scotia theatre, including Outstanding Actor and Outstanding New Nova Scotia Play for Jacob. On behalf of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia, I would like to commend Jacob on this impressive achievement and thank him for his tremendous contributions to the performing arts in our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the retirement of Jill Cruikshank, Director of Economic Development for the Region of Queens Municipality. Jill has worked for the municipality for 19 years, and her peers have praised her work. She is credited with helping to create Port Mersey Lighthouse Park and for working with community organizations to develop lease agreements at the Visitor Information Centre, Fort Point Lighthouse, South Shore Regional Airport, and the former courthouse. Former Mayor Christopher Clark credits Jill with playing a vital role in helping the region pull its economy back together following the closure of Bowater Mill, and the former Mayor John Leaf noted that she will be greatly missed. I am very pleased to congratulate Jill on on her retirement and thank her for her years of service to the region of Queens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize one of Yarmouth's most dedicated community members. Deanna McCarron devotes 70 hours per week to run the dance organization Kids Act. She has retired from her career as a respiratory therapist to devote herself to full-time volunteering to this wonderful organization. Deanna was recently chosen as one of L'Oreal Paris's 10 Canadian Women of Worth, an award that honors extraordinary women who selflessly volunteer their time to serve their communities. This award includes $10,000 for her organization, Kids Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Deanna McCarron for the time and energy she has devoted to the youth in our community. I know she has made a positive difference in the lives of many, and we are very fortunate to have her in Yarmouth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gary Green from Lower Argyle was honoured to be inducted in the Nova Scotia Country Music Hall of Fame. The ceremony took place in Truro on the 16th of September. In '94, he became a maritime old-time fiddling champion. Gary played in rock bands with his brother Duke from the time he was a teenager until he was about the age of 30. And then he began playing the fiddle again and played various venues and events. Gary played in Ottawa at the Grand Masters Fiddling event. He also plays a number of instruments, including piano, bass, guitar, and mandolin as well. He has released 4 CDs, playing all the recordings and all the instruments himself. Please join me in congratulating Gary Green on receiving this honor and wish him continued good health and happiness in all his endeavours.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all parents try to impress upon our children the importance of good attendance. But Nicholas Snyder of Bridgewater Junior Senior High School took this to a whole new level. Nicholas graduated this past June and did so without missing a day, ever. Having won a perfect attendance award in grade 6, Nicholas made it his mission to complete his education career without missing a single day. I would ask members of this House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Nicholas on reaching this impressive accomplishment and wishing him the best of luck as he pursues his post-secondary education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to express significant congratulations and appreciation to my constituency assistant, Lisa Rochon, who, along with a dedicated group of volunteers this summer and continuing on now, pulled together to help the Kiwanis Club of Cole Harbour Eastern Passage area to keep the park open. This is a privately owned park by the Kiwanis Club. Without their help, the community would not have had the full-time use of this beautiful park and beach. The small members group of the Kiwanis are aging, and they found the task of opening and closing the gate too much, so they spontaneously shut the park down. Once the Kiwanis members decided that it was too much, they allowed us to come in and offer our support. After attending this meeting, Lisa and a group of volunteers volunteered to open and close the gate every morning and every night. And thanks to their efforts, the park users had full use of the park, and without them, this would not have been a successful summer. So I want to ask the House to congratulate all of those volunteers for their participation this summer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell you about a super volunteer in my constituency. Joyce Pitcher has been a member and volunteer with the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 95, for 13 years. But that really doesn't give you an idea about Joyce's dedication to veterans in Bedford. I actually don't think there's been a position at the Legion that she hasn't filled at some point. No matter the event, Joyce is there and usually organizing it. She's a welcoming presence for all who come to the Bedford Legion. So it's no surprise that Joyce has won many awards. Most recently, she was given a life membership in the Royal Canadian Legion. Joyce worked with the Meteorological Service at Environment Canada for many years, and she also found time to volunteer with the HRM Emergency Measures Organization. For over a quarter century, she was a member of the Canadian Figure Skating Association and served as a national level test and competitive judge. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House of Assembly to please join me in thanking Joyce Pitcher for her volunteer service, particularly her dedication to improving the lives of Nova Scotians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Dale's Grand Market in Amherst for their efforts and successes as local business owners. Dale's Grand Market is located in a retail a large retail structure which has been a pillar in our community since 1906. Vendors including Maritime Mosaic, the Copper Tree, and the Crystal Cafe, HD Coins and Collections, and others offer a multitude of products which support our local artisans. Dale's Grand Market is a growing concern. The potential for success is exponential. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to thank everyone at Dale's Grand Market for the art, culture, and investment in the growth of our community, and I invite everyone to visit downtown Amherst, Dale's Grand Market.
The Honourable Member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On August 19th, the municipality of the County of Antigonish held a by-election to fill District 9 seat left vacant by the passing of Warden Russell Boucher. While this was a difficult time for many in the community, I was proud to see two residents step up to take on Russell's long-held role of representing the community at the council table. Neil Corbett has been a contractor most of his life and is a native of District 9. Though he has spent time working out west, he always kept home in his mind. He entered the race hoping to give back to the community and to advocate for resources for the local community centre and seniors in his area. Danny McCachran is a longtime volunteer firefighter, a member of his local parish council and a familiar face to students of the NSCC Strait Area campus where he works. He came into the race hoping to bring the same dedication he has for volunteer work in his family to the municipal building. The results were announced shortly after voting closed, and Neil Corbett was elected by the district with both candidates showing respectful results. I know Russell would be proud to see two of his longtime friends making sure the community would not go unserved. Mr. Speaker, I ask colleagues in the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Neil Corbett as the new councillor for District 9 of the municipality of the County of Antigonish and Danny McCachran for a well-run campaign. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to share how a random comment affected Megan Hartling at a fundraiser was born. Hearing about families struggling with back-to-school season and how heartbreaking it was to see kids showing up without supplies, that was all it took for Megan. Facing her own limitations, she reached out to Facebook, and now 4 years later, this Westville resident spends her summers collecting school supplies for struggling families. Once collected, everything is sorted for either elementary or high school and delivered on opening day. 2 schools are chosen each year on a rotating basis. This year, A.G. Bailey and North Nova Education Centre were the recipients. Megan hopes to be able to expand to include the Nova Scotia Community College. I thank Megan for her dedication and generosity and wish her the best moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Kenja Booker of North Preston for her initiative on developing a technology-based business through Instagram. Kenja used Instagram to post pictures of herself highlighting different hairstyles and advertising the hairstyle products. Kenja works with Up North Naturals, a Toronto-based natural hair products company. Her relationship with the company is so successful that she has partnered with them to develop a new product. Kenja's goal is to increase her followership to 100,000 from the present 60,000. She is very pleased with 2 daughters also following her Instagram. I'd like to ask the members of this House Assembly to join me in congratulating Kenja on the development of a thriving business through the use of social media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Speaker, let us remember Janarchi McKenzie, MLA for Inverness and Inverness North from 1970 to 1984, who passed away in July of this year. Janarchi's compassion for people did not end after his political career. Many a night he spent with someone who was alone and close to death, sharing his support at their hospital bedside. A teacher and an active volunteer, Janarchi took a real personal interest in people. You could feel that whenever you met him. We will miss his warm, welcoming approach and how hard he worked for our communities. From our legislature, let us extend consolation to his wife Dorothy and to his family.
The Honourable Member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize East Hants First Nations youth Michael J. Julian for being chosen to attend the annual Sidney Crosby Hockey School. Michael is one of the participants selected from applicants across Canada and the world to attend the camp, run by Pittsburgh Penguins superstar at the Cole Harbour Place in mid-July. Michael enjoyed the camp, participated in on-ice and off-ice development, and met other keen hockey players his age from across the world, and treasures this wonderful experience. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Michael on taking advantage of this learning opportunity and wish him success in his future endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Constable Colin Helm, recipient of the Leadership in Crime Prevention Award presented by the Department of Justice. Constable Helm received the award in the category Restorative Justice, Restorative Approaches Award for his work to promote the strong relationships with Aboriginal and African Nova Scotia communities. On his arrival at the Digby Detachment, he realized building bridges between these communities should be an important part of his job. His leadership and new approaches in engaging these communities, as well as his greater community, have been key in preventing and reducing crime. In addition to this focus, Constable Helm has initiated Operation Think of Me to promote greater driver care in school zones. He is also involved with projects to reduce youth crimes, increase awareness in seniors and fraud, cybercrime, and emphasize the importance of use of seat belts. In his free time, Constable Helm is still present in our community, coaching basketball. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend my sincere appreciation to the constituents of Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie for their welcoming attitude as I visited their homes, businesses, and community centres during the election campaign. On May 30th, I was honoured to receive their support and return for a second term as their MLA. In a riding such as Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie, the largest in the province, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to get to every door, and we covered a lot of kilometres on the campaign trail in trying to do so. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work hard for all our communities and the great people of Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie. Because of their support, I will be able to continue to advance the interests of our communities across this great constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a remarkable young person from Halifax Armdale. John Lilly, a 14-year-old student in St. Agnes Junior High, is an avid football fan and a promising wide receiver for the Halifax Argos. In August, Football Canada announced their 2017 Under-16 East Challenge All-Star roster. This group of 40 talented players from across the country represents the top performance from Football Canada's Under-16 East Challenge, who competed in Wolfville in July. This particular tournament is recognized as the start of a young football player's journey towards the national team, and as such, the competition is intense. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that John's exceptional performance was recognized, and he was named to the All-Star roster. This is not only a great accomplishment, but also an invitation to represent Team Canada in the 2018 International Bowl. Please join me in congratulating John on his achievement and assure him that all Nova Scotians will be cheering for him and the Under-16 Canada East team next year.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Terry Tornett, a senior member of our community. He and his group recently went on a cruise to Europe. They visited several historic battle sites from Amsterdam to Basel, Switzerland by the Danube River, and they thoughtfully visited the graves of some fallen Nova Scotian soldiers. One of the cemeteries they visited was at the Abbey. There, they were able to leave Nova Scotia pins and a flag in honor of the soldiers' courageous sacrifice. They were humbled to see the names on the headstones. 2 of the soldiers were from Sydney, Nova Scotia. I ask that members of this House of Assembly please join me in thanking Terry and his colleagues for leaving behind a small token representing all of our reflections on soldiers' sacrifice and Nova Scotia's sincere gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Lindsay Hart of Timberley. Lindsay decided to step in to organize the much-anticipated Grade 9 graduation dance at Ridgecliffe Middle School at the end of the school year. Rather than have students miss out, Lindsay and a small group of parents worked hard to plan, decorate, and chaperone the Grade 9 dance. I'd like the members of the House to join me in congratulating Lindsay and the other volunteers whose thoughtfulness and generosity of spirit ensured the students had a memorable evening together before moving on with their education in high school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of attending the 100th birthday celebrations for Waverley Evelyn Hubley, September the 17th, 2017.
Many friends and family were in attendance with visitors from the U.S. and many Canadians, many parts of Canada. I presented Evelyn with certificates from all levels of government, and she was especially excited to receive her greetings from the Queen. There was lots of food, laughs, and Evelyn was very talkative and had many stories to tell. I would ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Evelyn and wishing her the best of many more years of healthy and rewarding years in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the accomplishments of the Chester Volunteer Fire Department and their program, Take a Walk in Our Boots. I was recently invited, along with my colleague Bernadette Jordan, MP for South Shore St. Margaret's, to spend a very memorable evening with the Chester Volunteer Fire Department. It was an invitation to take a walk in our boots, and I learned very quickly that those boots are some big boots to fill. Between August 19th and 28th, the firefighters of the Chester Volunteer Fire Department conducted their annual live fire drill in the mobile burn unit of the Nova Scotia Firefighter School. MP Jordan and I were trained on the proper donning and doffing of personal protective equipment and entered the flaming mobile burn unit to get some hands-on firefighting experience. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the legislature to recognize the brave men and women and what they go through to protect us from fire. Thank you to the Chester Volunteer Fire Department for giving me this opportunity to take a walk in their very big, courageous boots.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Brett Himmelman. Brett is a 19-year-old who began canoeing at 15 after his grandfather dropped him off at the Masqua Aquatic Club as a non-member to stay in shape for hockey. He quickly fell in love with the sport and decided to train for it full-time. Brett's hard work and dedication paid off when he was chosen to represent Nova Scotia at the 2017 Canada Games in Winnipeg. Brett was rewarded for his hard work. He won 2 gold medals, won a bronze medal, and also had a 4th place. He has certainly made us proud in Hammonds Plains and in this province. I would like to ask all members of the House to please join me in congratulating Brett Himmelman on his success at the 2017 Canada Summer Games. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the captains and crew of Blue Nose 2 on a successful sailing season. On September 13th, Captain Phil Watson welcomed the 100,000 visitor to grace the decks of their vessel during their 2017 sailing season, which only began June 10th. The 100,000 visitor Ghislaine and her husband Maurice were visiting from New Brunswick. These guests were greeted with Blue Nose merchandise from the Blue Nose Company store and invited to sail with the captain and crew the following morning. Blue Nose 2 also participated in Rendezvous Tall Ships Regatta 2017 in Lunenburg, which took part along the Lunenburg waterfront. The event was met with success as spectators were welcomed to tour the docks, hear about the cruise travels, and access their mobile show trailer. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask all members of this House of Assembly to join me in thanking Sea Captain Phil Watson, Land Captain Alan Creaser, the crew, and all visitors who contributed to the successful 2017 sailing season for Blue Nose 2.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the support of the Clayton Park West community in my recent election. During the campaign, I had the pleasure to meet many people, and it confirmed my belief that the members of Clayton Park West were outstanding Nova Scotians. I thought that coming into the community as a new candidate would be challenging, especially with a long name like mine, an Italian and Arabic name. But the people I encountered were so supportive of me, which led to my election. In the past few months of being elected, I have had the joy of getting to know the constituents on a more personal level through various community events. I have learned that they are hardworking and dedicated to making this community a wonderful place to live and work. Without these people, Clayton Park West would not be a thriving community that it is today. And it is all because of the wonderful citizens that live there. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of this House of Assembly rise in recognizing the excellence of the constituents of Clayton Park West. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Wolfville chapter of the Canadian Federation of University Women, which recently held their 50th annual book sale. Each year since 1968, this group has sold donated books to raise funds to support a variety of worthwhile organizations and initiatives. Just since 2003, more than $206,000 has been provided to local and international groups. Members work diligently throughout the year to bring this fantastic event to fruition, and I commend each of them for their efforts. I especially acknowledge the contributions of Eleanor Palmer, who has been involved in every book sale since the beginning 50 years ago. What a tremendous commitment. On behalf of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia, I congratulate the Wolfville CFUW chapter on reaching this significant milestone and thank them for all that they do to improve the lives of their fellow citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell you about a couple of groups that recently helped graduating high school students outfit themselves for prom without breaking the bank. Last year, some grads from Charles P. Allen High School, Linda Ofume, Amapai Thamachak, Stephanie Manuel, Anna Negelich, and Julia Thorne created an organization called Glass Slipper, which provided gently used prom dresses for grads. This year, Glass Slipper gave away a couple hundred prom dresses once again. Kudos to Don Chalou Dry Cleaners for stepping up to provide dry cleaning. And also this year, Shade Studio in Sunnyside Mall held its prom dress event, selling experienced prom dresses for $25 each. The money raised went to Mad Canada, and grads were able to buy the prom dress of their dreams for a fraction of the normal price. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the members of this House of Assembly to please join me in congratulating Glass Slipper, Don Chalou Dry Cleaning, and Shades of Sunnyside Mall for their efforts to help all grads experience prom.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past summer included a historic day for the community of Cape George in Antigonish County. On July 8th, the North Shore Development Association officially took ownership of the Cape George Lighthouse on behalf of the community. The site is of historical importance to the area, having been a home lighthouse since 1861. The current lighthouse was constructed in 1968 to replace a wooden structure and acts as a superb example of the traditional Canadian lighthouse design favored in the 20th century. This lighthouse and the two preceded it on this site were instrumental to the safe navigation of the Northumberland Strait at Cape George Point. For more than 20 years, the association, comprised of hard-working residents, has ensured the site was maintained for both residents and summer visitors. This has included maintaining roads, keeping the grass cut, providing picnic tables, installing commemorative plaque, and even paying for the lighthouse's most recent coat of paint. Without their contribution, the lighthouse would surely have been a shadow of the magnificent cultural attraction it is today. Mr. Speaker, I ask colleagues to join me in congratulating North Shore Development Association and the residents of Cape George on their successful acquisition of the Cape George Lighthouse, and in thanking them for their commitment to this iconic site over the decades.
For Claire Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in congratulating David Curry, who was recently appointed Crown Attorney for Digby. While in law school at Dalhousie, he was awarded the Judge Corinne Sparks Award, an award to celebrate students that are committed to using their legal education to challenge and change their community. After graduating, he worked for a short time in Legal Aid Ontario before returning to home to work for the Nova Scotia Legal Aid Commission in Yarmouth. He has continued to have an impact on his community, including chairing the Nova Scotia Legal Aid Equality and Racial Diversity community. Mr. Curry is a member of both the African Nova Scotia community of Lakeel and the Bear River First Nation Reserve. Mr. Curry will continue to have a positive impact on our communities in his new position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a lifelong resident of Sheet Harbour, Beverly Smith. Beverly has always been a dedicated volunteer in her community, starting with being an inaugural member of the Sheet Harbour Lioness, which is now an essential part of the Sheet Harbour Lions Club. Through the Lions Club, she continually organizes the annual Seaside Festival Potluck Dinner, which is just one of the fundraisers the Seaside Festival Committee holds every August. Since the 60s, Beverly has been a lay reader at St. Peter's Catholic Church, now runs the religious education program. She is also president of the CWL. She organizes the World Day of Prayer and is chairperson for the St. Peter's annual Christmas Bazaar. But that's not all. Beverly has worked tirelessly every year since their beginnings in Sheet Harbour to ensure the annual Terry Fox Run and the fundraising campaign for the Canadian Cancer Society in the area are a roaring success. Mr. Speaker, I ask members of this House of Assembly to please join me in thanking Beverly for her unrelenting dedication to her community and for continuing to make a difference every day.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Speaker, I rise today to note the success of Doors Open Halifax, a novel event that brought our community together to learn about Halifax's rich history and to explore the contemporary face of our city. In providing free and public access to structures of historical, contemporary or architectural significance, the Doors Open Halifax Heritage Society is giving people a chance to explore the history and culture that has shaped our region. Doors Open Halifax worked in conjunction with over 30 venues for this year's event and afforded a unique glimpse to the many who participated. This year was even more exciting as Doors Open Halifax added 3 historic venues in Halifax-Armdale: St. George's Greek Orthodox Church, the Dingle Memorial Tower, and the Armdale Yacht Club. Join me in thanking the member of Chester St. Margaret's for his work as founder and member of the Board of Directors of Doors Open Halifax, and all the organizing team and volunteers who have worked to make Halifax and show us the fascinating history in this region. Thank you very much.
Order, please. Time allotted for members' statements has expired. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Many Nova Scotians were wondering today if the Premier got the message that there is a family doctor crisis in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Now they know the answer is no, he did not. Mr. Speaker, there is not one red cent in new money in primary health care in the budget today, not one red cent. 100,000 Nova Scotians are without a family doctor, and the Premier is telling them to keep on waiting. Mr. Speaker, so I'd like to ask the Premier, why is he turning his back on Nova Scotians who need a family doctor?
Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the gentleman for the questions. He would know in the budget there's an additional 10 medical seats to House University for residency programs for Canadian-trained doctors. There's an additional, Mr. Speaker, 10 for foreign-trained doctors to earn their Canadian competency here in our province. That'll take our complement up to 56 that will be trained each and every year. We're going to continue to work with those communities to ensure that they have access to family physicians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, those 10 seats at the Dal Medical School are 6 years away for those 10 doctors if they stay in the province after they graduate. 10 international doctors, Mr. Speaker, that could come quicker, but 100,000 people don't have a family doctor. And the Premier says someday, within the next 6 years, we might have 10 more, Mr. Speaker, if they stay. That is not acceptable. There is a crisis. There are 100,000 people without a doctor, and the Premier has nothing to say to them today, Mr. Speaker. How can he claim that he got the message from the Nova Scotians who were screaming out for help with their family doctors when he has done so little in the budget today to get them the doctor they need?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud of the work we've done, Mr. Speaker, with our partners in healthcare. We'll continue to make sure that we have access to family physicians. We'll continue to recruit them across the country. I'm pleased with the investment the honourable member made today in adolescent mental health. We'll continue to make those investments to hire more clinicians. The issue around orthopedic surgery, we'll continue to make sure that those Nova Scotians who are on a wait list for too long, Mr. Speaker, hear that the province has heard them. We'll continue to make sure we make those improvements. At the same time, on the campaign trail, I heard from Nova Scotians who want us to continue down the road of making sure we live within our means and make strategic investments in the economy of our province. Why I'm so proud that we'll continue to enhance the stuff we've been doing around fish and aquaculture, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make sure that we bring back much needed revenue and invest in the services Nova Scotians require.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? Today was a budget. It was just a budget. It was not an action. It was a budget. And Nova Scotians have learned from this government that they can't count on even the budget. The health budget last year was shortchanged by $28 million, Mr. Speaker, in the same year where Nova Scotians are crying out for more doctors. The Premier shortchanged the health budget by $28 million, Mr. Speaker, and Nova Scotians have gone without a doctor. Too many have as a result. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier is this: how can they trust him to care about their primary care needs, their family medicine needs, when he shortchanges the health budget, when he says he got the message, and then he comes here and has so little to show for all that effort?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member. This budget has an additional $82 million in it directly in the healthcare budget, Mr. Speaker. Some of these investment of very things the honourable member campaigned for around adolescent mental health. He led a great campaign along with his caucus, ensuring that we continue to focus on mental health issues in the province. We invested in that in this particular budget. We also heard from Nova Scotians who wanted us to continue to grow the economy, at the same time invest in education, where we've been doing so, and to live within our means. And this budget is a reflection of what Nova Scotians voted for, Mr. Speaker, and it's a reflection of the values of Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I don't need him to recognize me? Mr. Speaker, the more than 100,000 people of whom the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party has spoken have looked to this day and the tabling of this budget in hopes for an answer to their predicaments. The Physician Resource Plan says we need to hire 107 new doctors a year in order to seriously address the physician shortage. Yet officials from the Department of Health this morning were able to confirm only that as a consequence of this budget, 8 new doctors will be hired this year. So I wish to ask the Premier, does he not feel that when it comes to the doctor shortage, this budget has let an awful lot of people down?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. As you know, this budget is investment in collaborative care practice across the province that would also provide a collaborative care team that would assist physicians across the province, nurse practitioners, mental health clinicians, family practice nurses, nurse practitioners, all of whom are part of delivering primary care to the citizens of our province. Tell the honourable member that there are 10 medical seats at Dalhousie University, which will be increased. There's 10 residency seats that will be increased for foreign trained doctors' competency. We also heard from those Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who were requiring on a wait list for orthopedic surgery. This is part of the investment we've made in this particular budget, and we're going to continue to make those strong investments in our economy so that we continue to enhance those programs that Nova Scotians want and expect.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Finance has spoken about the government having listened to and heard the people of the province since this spring. But if there is one thing that members of this House all heard going door to door in the course of the election, surely it was, do something about getting us some doctors. And since this spring, the number of people without a doctor has continued to grow, and Doctors Nova Scotia speaks now of the situation as having reached a tipping point. So I ask the Premier, if he has indeed listened to the people of the province, why has he presented a budget that falls so far short of what would actually be required in order to seriously address the doctor shortage?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. As he would know, Mr. Speaker, in his time on the government side of the House, the short-term fixes haven't worked in this province, Mr. Speaker, and they didn't work when he was in power, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to make strategic long-term investments so that we continue to enhance the primary care that Nova Scotians expect in their communities, and we will continue to work with Doctors Nova Scotia, all of our sister organizations, to ensure that Nova Scotians get access to primary health care.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, amongst those who have looked to this budget with a sense of hope have been many of the people of industrial Cape Breton as they continue to experience repeated closures of the emergency rooms, especially in New Waterford, Glace Bay, and at the North Side General. However, they are disappointed today to learn that not a single collaborative emergency centre will open anywhere in the province as a result of this budget. So I ask the Premier, how can he face the people of industrial Cape Breton who he is disappointing so bitterly with this budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As he would know, we continue to ensure that this budget and every budget in the foreseeable future has investments in collaborative care practices. We'll continue to make those investments. We'll ensure we keep the commitment to the people of New Waterford, as we have to other communities across this province. When the honourable member ignored what was going on in Shelburne, our government, we were in power, actually pleading soon to open a collaborative care centre in Shelburne, and there are many of those across the province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learned the Premier's price to buy silence from our universities. Acadia gets another $3.5 million outside of the funding formula that all universities agreed to, and Cape Breton University gets $1 million to stop complaining about it. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier explain to this House why Cape Breton University is getting an extra $1 million after being told for 2 years that there was no more money?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member. I want to thank university presidents and university community across the province who have worked with our government since 2013 to ensure that we continue to continue to offer the top quality education they've been known for, at the same time working with them towards economic opportunity through those institutions, through the startup community and the innovation hubs that we've created. The honourable member would know when the former government was in, it actually gave the Acadia University a $3.5 million increase in its grant outside of the funding formula. But we said when we came into power, we would continue that process until we got to a point where we could fiscally adapt it. We knew, and we were very clear in 2008, that both CBU and Acadia were impacted in a negative way by the formula. We've adjusted that today. We look forward to the universities coming together to find a new funding formula.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if that's the case, why are all the other universities, their board chairs, their presidents, shocked and surprised that some universities get extra money and others don't? Mr. Speaker, the government had a funding formula that all the universities agreed to. Out of the blue, Acadia gets more money from this government outside of that formula, and only when Cape Breton University had the courage to publicly complain about it did they suddenly get $1 million to stop complaining. Mr. Speaker, that is no way to run this province. So I would like to ask the Premier, how can he justify randomly giving money to some universities at the expense of others?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is inaccurate with his statement. Mr. Speaker, as I go back to 2012, Acadia University was receiving funding over and above the formula that was granted by the previous government. We said we would keep that commitment, which we did at that date. When that became a permanent investment, we also told CBU there would be money coming in our budget, and the minister announced it today.
The Honourable Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, this budget, like its predecessor this spring, returns just $3.2 million of the $8 million that has been cut from nursing homes in Nova Scotia over the past 2 years. Thereby acknowledges that that $8 million cut had a harmful effect on dietary and programming spending in long-term care facilities. And so I ask the Premier, what possible justification can he offer for failing to return all the money that his government has cut from nursing homes in the last 2 years?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank those who work across the province in our nursing homes. The honourable member would just attest that we've made investments in this current budget where we've targeted towards food and recreation. Mr. Speaker, that funding is directly targeted towards the services that our seniors require in those nursing homes. And we expect that money to go directly to our seniors, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue if required to make targeted investments in our nursing homes across the province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the percentage of the surplus declared today that would have been required to return every single cent that has been taken from nursing homes in the province in the last 2 years is a mere 3.6%. Surely, others would have heard, besides just me during the election, that the last place we should in Nova Scotia be turning to generate a surplus is the budgets that support the diets and the programming and the staffing of the residents of nursing homes. And so I do want to ask the Premier, will he acknowledge that this failure to restore all the monies that had been previously cut from nursing homes has been an error of judgment?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the gentleman for the question. Very proud of the fact that we've invested, continuing the food budgets in nursing homes across the province. We invested in recreational services. We've targeted that funding. That money will go directly for the use of seniors. At the same time, the honourable member would know that we continue to invest in home care, because one of the things that I heard loud and clear from seniors across this province is they want to remain home as long as possible, and we're ensuring that happens.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to put a happy face on today's budget, but Nova Scotians are not buying it. This budget contains the unhappy news that family paychecks have flatlined. That's why income tax revenues are going down, Mr. Speaker. Paying the bills is getting harder for Nova Scotia families. And yet this budget contains $1.6 million to set up a cap-and-trade scheme which will increase the living costs for all Nova Scotians. I'd like to ask the Premier, why is he making it harder for Nova Scotians to get by?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. He knows full well that the cap-and-trade system that Nova Scotia has negotiated will not increase the costs on the Nova Scotians. We believe, and we've said all along, Nova Scotians have paid enough when it comes to power and the investments of this province, and that's why the federal government has recognized the hard work of all Nova Scotians. I would also remind the honourable member, this budget is being introduced today is the largest single tax cut in the history of this province, and it's directed towards those who need it the most.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is the have your cake and eat it too answer that Nova Scotians are not buying. You cannot say the cap and trade won't increase Nova Scotia's living costs and then say it'll do something good for the environment at the same time. It obviously, if it's going to help the environment, is going to increase the living costs of Nova Scotians, and the Premier has chosen to focus in on gasoline prices and home heating fuel costs, Mr. Speaker. That is the problem. This is a budget that claims to be cutting taxes, but stayed silent on the extra taxes that are coming when cap and trade comes in, Mr. Speaker. He's only telling half the story. So I'd like to ask the Premier, has the government done a study on the impact of cap and trade on the Nova Scotia economy? And if so, will he table it so all Nova Scotians can judge for themselves?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I look forward to the debate when it comes to the cap and trade system that'll be in this province, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to tell you this, the negativity that the Leader of the Conservative Party continues to talk in this House. He died on the election campaign, Mr. Speaker, and not only did Nova Scotians not believe him, they believed us.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the Minister of Finance. Marijuana will be legalized July 1st. Mr. Speaker, today we saw a budget that takes us up to March 31st, not a whole bunch of time between the end of this budget and the legalization of marijuana. And yet, as law enforcement people across the country raise concerns, and including our own here in the province, about how it will be enforced and stuff, they're looking for to know when some drug recognition expert training might be made available to them. So there's nothing in the budget today for dollars for drug recognition expert training. This budget takes us to March 31st. Wonder if the Minister can comment on the plan for training law enforcement, easing their concerns.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. As the member would know, we are looking at the federal legislation. We've had meetings with our federal counterparts. There are a lot of details that have yet to be worked out. We know that we're not looking at tax dollars. We're looking at the safety of the young people in our province, and so we want to make sure that that is our focus, that when we do a consultation, that we are focusing more on how we can protect and ensure the safety of all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's precisely the point I'm trying to make, is there are a lot of unanswered questions. There are a lot of concerns, and many of those concerns are coming from law enforcement about the protection of all citizens, particularly young. And what they're saying is that people, they need training. They need training, and they need to know that they'll have access to drug recognition experts on staff, presumably hundreds of them across the province. It can cost $17,000 to $20,000 to provide that training. It's real money, Mr. Speaker. It's money that should be allocated in this budget if this government is ready and has a plan for July 1st. And I don't know that they have it. My question today is, for the Minister, is time's ticking. When is the plan going to be developed and shared with Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we want to be ready for July 2018. We know that that is the target date for the federal government. We also know that the whole notion of enforcement is something that has to be addressed. The consultation that we will be doing in the province, I believe, will be an opportunity for Nova Scotians to tell us when and how and what they would like to see with respect to our implementation of whatever comes from the federal government.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Education. In August, the province committed to $192,000 to boost mental health supports at the Cape Breton Victoria Regional School Board. The cost would cover 2 guidance counsellors and 1 social worker. The school board had asked for more help in the wake of the tragic loss of 3 young lives. What the province had failed to mention was that these 3 positions have previously been slated to be cut by the school board. And I'll table that document, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the ministers, will the minister explain why he didn't tell the whole story when the announcement was made?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I can't say I fully understand that question. There was allocation decisions that were made by the school boards. They do have very difficult decisions to make when it comes to operational allocations. There was no cuts from the province in terms of their overall budget. but they did have to make the decisions that they made as a result of the choices that were in front of them. So what we did was we did provide them additional funding to have those needed supports, particularly in the wake of some devastating situations that happened in Cape Breton. And I'm also pleased that we're moving forward with an expansion of our Schools Plus program that's providing supports for our children who need mental health supports from one end of the province to the other, along with other items that were in today's budget.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, the school boards had difficult decisions to make. With no increase in their budget, they had to cut those positions. That announcement was to put those positions back. So basically, they didn't give them any new money to allow for those positions to stay for mental health. Today, all I've seen the ministers do is a renounce of his commitments. Tragedy has struck our island. 3 families lost their children after a long struggle with mental illness. Mental health services in this province are in a crisis. We have heard too many stories from families who are struggling to get the care they need. Excuse me. Dr. Kutcher released 7 recommendations, and the minister said they would immediately implement some of the recommendations. We weren't told which ones were given a timeline. So my question is to the minister, will the minister provide an update on the House and let us know when the students and families of Cape Breton can expect the mental health supports they deserve and not simply reverse the cuts they made?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I have to be very clear on this. There have never been any cuts to the education system since our government has taken office, which is very different than the previous 2 governments that we've had in the Conservatives and the NDP, who actually cut funding because enrollment was down. We're the first government that has recognized that just because enrollment is going down in our education system doesn't mean that the needs are going down, Mr. Speaker. So I'm proud to stand behind our record of investment. That said, these are very difficult situations, and as that member can understand, those individual circumstances are complex, and it's not just the education system that needs to be there to respond to them. We are working closely with our partners in health, community services, to make sure that there is a host of proper supports available for people when they need it, Mr. Speaker. And I do want Nova Scotians to know that there are increased investments for mental health supports in today's budget.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, let us recognize together that we face an emergency situation in Nova Scotia. Our poverty rate is not near the middle of the pack in the country. In fact, we face the highest child poverty in Canada anywhere at all. Our rate of food bank usage increasing is not anywhere near the average in Canada. We face the single highest rate of food bank use anywhere in the whole country. Our median household income is the lowest in Canada. We have recently faced spikes in personal insolvencies. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Premier, does he really feel that he can say to the people of Nova Scotia living in poverty that the very little that he offers in this budget is sufficient or adequate or enough?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for the question. As you would know, I'm sure you read the budget and listened to all of the debate that's going on and around and the remedial outlets. We know we would have invested in a poverty reduction strategy. There's $20 million that's being announced over the life of this government. You would also know today the largest single tax cut in the history of this province, which is clearly directed towards those Nova Scotians who need it the most. We continue to make the investment in affordable housing to ensure that those Nova Scotians who are spending too much, quite frankly, on shelter can find affordable housing across this province. We know there's more work to do, and we'll continue to work with our sister organizations to ensure that we respond to the needs of all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, with every due respect, the number that the budget talks about for this year's allocation relative to poverty reduction is not the $20 million the Premier has spoken of, but $2 million. $2 million. I think about the testimony that was given here to the Standing Committee of this House by the Deputy Minister of Community Services not so long ago, in which it was spoken about how $143 million is the amount that would be needed to actually move everyone in Nova Scotia up to the low-income cutoff. And by contrast, when we look at this budget, we see that the increase in income assistance there is zero. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier think it's acceptable for his government with this budget to continue, in fact, condemning thousands of the people of our province to living below the poverty line?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question again. I want to tell him that over the life of this government, there's a $20 million invested today announced that will be towards a poverty reduction strategy. I again want to remind him that the single largest tax cut in the history of this province is directed towards those Nova Scotians who are required most. But also know those changes mean 60,000 more seniors would not be paying any kind of income tax in the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, if we followed this budget today, we would also recognize we increased from 4 to 5 years tuition forgiveness on the Nova Scotia portion loan, which means more young Nova Scotians are leaving university without any debt from the province of Nova Scotia. If he followed the budget today, we would also recognize we invested more money to create directly to employers, to create more job opportunities for young Nova Scotians who are working in our province. Mr. Speaker, he left us quite a hole, but we're digging out of it.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that the staff at the Waterville Youth Detention Centre are reported to be terrified at the prospect of getting the young offender who murdered Daniel Pellergan back in that facility, and I'll table that, and given the fact that a number of safety recommendations made after the 2016 riot at Waterville, which was instigated by this offender, have not been completed. Recommendations intended to protect both staff and other offenders. Will the minister tell us if those safety recommendations will be completed before that offender is transferred to Waterville?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it's important that my colleague has the facts around the recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the assessment that followed the events at Waterville in September of 2016 resulted in 42 categories, 103 recommendations, and to date 84% of those recommendations are complete. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, the work that's being done is in the best interest and safety of the employees and those who occupy the Waterville facility. We will continue to work with correction services to ensure that the safety of all who find themselves in that environment are of the utmost priority.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, the citizens of the Valley are alarmed and nearly everybody knows someone who works there. If the minister can't get those recommendations 100% done, will the province appeal the ruling to have the offenders sent to Waterville?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. The Department of Justice and the province accept the decision of the court. There is a distinct difference, Mr. Speaker, in the custody of young offenders and the custody of adults. My colleagues should know that. We will work, Mr. Speaker, on all the decisions that we make to ensure the best interests and the public safety and the personal safety of individuals who find themselves in that environment as those who occupy space or those who work in that environment to protect their personal safety.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by saying, holy Moses, it's hot in here. This seems to be the session where I get to re-ask my questions of a new Minister of Health, and when it comes to the priorities of Southwest Nova Scotia. I was happy to see in the budget bulletin where it talks about advanced planning, design and construction of satellite dialysis units at hospitals in Bridgewater, Kentville, Digby and Glace Bay, and expand dialysis services in Halifax and Dartmouth. Unfortunately, what is missing in this one is that the community of Barrington Passage in Barrington has been asking for a dialysis unit for many years as well, and yet I don't find them in this list again. So can the minister explain to me why they were left out once again?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Clearly, Nova Scotians who require the services of dialysis, it's a very extensive process, takes a lot of time. Mr. Speaker, the areas that he cited there that we've announced in this budget and the work that's ongoing is to improve the access for Nova Scotians to these services, to reduce the travel time for those Nova Scotians. We're working our way through, Mr. Speaker. There are many communities across the province that would like to have this service. This is the list we have available right now. We're continuing to improve the services. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, then I hope that I can engage the minister to maybe sit down and chat about this one, where I had the opportunity to speak to your predecessor on this, where we did not get a sufficient answer to it. The people of Barrington Passage from Cape Island, from Shelburne County, have to travel over 100 kilometres to Yarmouth. maybe to Bridgewater, in order to receive those services 4 times a week in all kinds of weather. There should be an opportunity for them to receive that kind of service in a satellite way in a community like Barrington Passage. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the minister can see his way to sit down and talk to the community, talk to me, and maybe come up with a solution for those individuals needing this kind of service.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly if the member opposite wants to sit down and have a further conversation on behalf of his constituents, happy to do that. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight that, again, many of those communities, particularly on the list identified there are people that are traveling even further than 100 kilometres, that these investments at the front end are designed to tackle first and foremost, Mr. Speaker. So again, it is a situation we recognize. We want to improve services for people across the province receiving dialysis to reduce the amount of travel time that they have to receive this important service, and that's the work that we're beginning.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Pulp has qualified for a faster environmental assessment for the new water treatment facility that needs to be built by 2020 when Boat Harbour closes. The Liberal government's Department of Environment is giving Northern Pulp a Class 1 environmental assessment. This gives the public only 30 days to comment once the project is formally registered. The other option would have been a Class 2, which would have been more appropriate considering the magnitude of this project. The minister was quoted saying it was automatic to provide a Level 1 assessment, that it was a staff-level decision. Actually, the regulations clearly stipulate that where there is modification to an existing undertaking, it would be a Class 1, and I will table that. Can the minister please explain what the modifications are to warrant a Class 1, or perhaps he will agree that it's truly a new development and admit that it definitely needs a Class 2 environmental
Honourable
assessment.
Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the question. As I said, I'm on record saying that it's a modification to an existing undertaking. It was a staff-level decision. Whenever an industrial site, it's an existing industrial site, makes a modification to its effluent treatment facility, that's clearly within the regulations in the Environment Act to be a modification. Therefore, it's a Class 1 environmental assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, this environmental assessment is happening 8 miles away from where the original treatment facility is. It's a new development. Let's just face the facts here. Our fishing industry is extremely important to sustainable economic growth. We can't underestimate its value in providing good jobs and, more importantly, food security. We even heard the Minister of Finance speak about it in her budget speech. And potentially, the effluent pipe that will be installed by Northern Pulp when the new treatment facility is built will run out into the Northumberland Strait, invading our rich fishing grounds. I would like to know what the minister has done with his federal components as well as his local colleague with fisheries to ensure that measures are taken to not jeopardize our fishing industry in
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through this process, there will be a thorough and rigorous environmental assessment, a Class 1, and as I said, that has been a staff-level decision for that.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor.
There is a 30-day period where there will be public submissions that we'll take very seriously that will help to shape the terms and conditions. Also, we will get feedback from the Department of Fisheries, both provincially and federally, as well as the Department of Environment and Climate Change Canada, and we will make sure that we make that decision based on the science and evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, everybody recognizes that education beyond grade 12 is the key for people to improve their financial futures. And yet this important door is not at the moment adequately open to our people, particularly our young people, because at the moment in Nova Scotia, students in Nova Scotia are facing the single fastest rising tuition anywhere in the country. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of this crisis of opportunity, I want to ask, does the Premier not feel it unwise to be bringing forward a budget at this time that fails to invest in lowering tuition fees for the students of our province?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, not only do we lower, Mr. Speaker, for a Nova Scotia student who attains a degree in 5 years, we've actually eliminated the Nova Scotian portion.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, what ought to be eliminated is a government that thinks it is conscionable or consistent with the interests of our province to have average university tuition as students go back to this school this fall exceeding $7,500, and to have a situation as we have it at the moment where average student indebtedness on undergraduate graduation is now in excess of $39,000. This budget does expand the terms for potential forgiveness of student debt after the fact, but what it does to remove the roadblock of skyrocketing tuition is exactly nothing. So I wish to ask the Premier, does he not see that the impact of this approach is precisely to pass on increasing amounts of debt to future generations?
The Honourable Premier.
Actually, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As he would know, I'm sure he's read the document, that he would know if you complete your degree in 5 years, we eliminate the Nova Scotia portion of your student debt, Mr. Speaker. I want to say it again for the honourable member. We eliminate it completely, Mr. Speaker. I also want to remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that there's investments in there to eliminate the fees associated for apprentices or going back to receive their red seal. Very positive news you heard across the province for oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, young Nova Scotians in their 20s who are in that stage of continuing to invest their careers. You would know with the investments we made in terms of jobs, keeping people here, Mr. Speaker, it's always a balance. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that Nova Scotians and students responded well during the election campaign and returned us here.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I indicated in the House that improving access to mental health services must be a priority. The Youth Health Centre at Prince Andrew High School in Dartmouth East has been closed since the beginning of the school year when the health worker accepted a position at another school. Mr. Speaker, this has left the students at PA, as well as the students at all the schools that feed into Prince Andrew without a youth health care worker. Mr. Speaker, the staff at the schools told me that they don't expect the health centre to open for at least another month. My question to the minister is this: following the recent tragedies involving teen suicides, why is this government continuing to allow students to go to school with no access to mental health care? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question and appreciate the member's passion. This is an area of interest for all of us in this House. We are, in fact, increasing mental health supports from one end of the province to the other through our Schools Plus program. We're also recognizing that mental health just isn't an issue that our teachers and support staff in schools should be solely dealing with, Mr. Speaker. Mental health is an issue that's broader than that, so we are working more closely with our Department of Health colleagues to make sure that all the appropriate services are there. In this particular issue, there's obviously a staffing issue that has been created because of the movement that the member mentioned, and I know that all folks at the board are working very diligently to fill that position.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the minister and I can have a chat about that situation. Mr. Speaker, it would certainly be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, this government has said that all schools in the province would be Schools Plus by the 2019 school year. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why is this government not moving faster to implement a program that we all know has the ability to help our youth that may be experiencing a mental health crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is in fact a priority for us, as I know it's a priority for the members opposite. We are moving forward with a plan of expansion for mental health supports in our schools, which is important, but also more importantly is recognizing that this just isn't an issue that can be dealt with in our schools. We need to have the proper supports outside and in the appropriate medical areas to come in and provide all the services that these children need, particularly in times of crisis.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Energy. Last year, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Sydney River, Mara Lewisburg, asked the then Minister of Transportation about the enormous and unreasonable fees the rail company is trying to charge residents for permission to access their land and their utility line. The Minister agreed that the fees were completely unreasonable and mentioned that they were upward of $20,000. The Minister, who has met with these residents on numerous occasions and promised them he'd solve this problem, told members of the House that he'd be reaching out to the rail company, Genesee, Wyoming. The Minister assured members that he'd report back. So my question through you as Minister of Energy, will he stand up for residents seeking electricity and give a time-bound commitment to follow through on this promise?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for the question. Look, this has been one that many of us, the MLAs from Cape Breton, have been in very detailed involvement with. There's two types of fees. There's the annual crossing fee, then there's developmental fee, which are certainly exorbitant. They are in that range of $20,000. And we could never figure out where exactly they came from. It's not the railway says it's not them, it's the power utility, and the power utility says that it's the railway. So there's a lot of complexities involved with this. As the member would know, we commissioned an independent study by Neil McNeil to figure out exactly who is charging these fees, what they were charging them for. That report is completed. It is with the Minister of Transportation now. I know this has been frustrating for residents, Mr. Speaker, and I truly hope that we will get to the end of this. Thanks.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, last year we gave the Minister a copy of the letter written from the UARB that conferred the residents a right on the issue. A 2011 order in Council and changes to regulations confirms the UARB is correct on the law and the residents of Cape Breton deserve answers from this government. Resident Ken Jardine told reporters last week, and I quote, "We cannot get electricity. There's no economic development. Politicians came to our meetings and said it was an easy fix, then did nothing." So my question through you is, when will the minister finally deliver on the promises he and his premier have made and fix this problem for the hundreds of impacted property and leaseholders?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We didn't make any promises that we could fix this, and certainly I've never suggested that it was an easy one. Again, with the astronomical numbers that are being charged, that's what's unfair and unreasonable for us. It's a very complex situation involving the Act, the UARB, and of course private sector operators. To the members, I know it's been a frustrating journey. I do believe that there will be a significant level of development for those landowners there, but we do have to sort this out. Again, I think that the Neil McNeil report will go a long way in clarifying who exactly is charging these fees. If there's a way to bundle these fees and make the overall cost lower, I think that's the best bet for all of us. We want to see development in Cape Breton. We know the landowners have been through a lot, and again, it truly is my hope that we can continue down this road of diplomatic conversations, looking at this study and finding out exactly once and for all how we solve this problem. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Mr. Speaker, during the election, this government promised to target funding for food budgets at long-term care facilities. Of course, it was the same government that stripped food budgets in the first place, leaving seniors with inadequate service. Nevertheless, I am happy that they may have seen the error of their ways. My question is, will the minister commit to immediately restoring all the food budgets and long-term care facilities?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. This please me, the budget that was brought in today, Mr. Speaker, reflects the path that we charted a while ago. It builds upon the budget that was brought in the spring prior to the election, Mr. Speaker. It fulfills our campaign commitments to move forward in these areas, Mr. Speaker, and that includes an increased investment over $1 million, Mr. Speaker, towards long-term care facilities for dedicated food and recreation budgets for our seniors in those facilities, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our parents and grandparents deserve respect as they age. That includes providing enjoyable meals when they live in nursing homes. My question is, does the minister believe seniors in long-term care facilities should simply accept what is put in front of them, or will he make changes to improve their quality of life?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member again for the follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, this decision that we've made when we went through and you saw long-term facilities make changes to their budgets, Mr. Speaker, as part of their operations. Mr. Speaker, we recognize there's a need, Mr. Speaker, and an opportunity to ensure that we target our investments, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they are provided to ensure that the residents in these facilities receive those supports to which the funding is allocated. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, the increase that we've allocated for is increased towards their dietary food requirements as well as recreation, Mr. Speaker, improving the quality of life for those residents. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. In last year's budget, the pension valuation adjustment was estimated to cost the government about $66 million for the fiscal year. However, Mr. Speaker, of course, today we learned that that cost was only $17 million, saving the government close to $49 million, Mr. Speaker. So I asked the Minister, why was the pension valuation adjustment so far off in last year's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We know that the pension valuation amount was adjusted. It was reflected in the public accounts that were presented and approved by the Auditor General in July, or June or July. And with the cost of the benefits going down, that certainly meant that the cost to government went down, and so we were able to reallocate those dollars to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal government came to office, they took a one-time pension valuation adjustment hit that ballooned the deficit at the time by some $319 million, of course setting the stage for their austerity agenda and how they approach negotiations. Somehow prior to the election, this same adjustment supposedly saved the government some $49 million. So I'd like to ask the Minister, if this is just a matter of accounting, how can the government be so lucky?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
You mean with the Minister? Thank you for the question. No, we certainly, as the member would know, have external opinions about the pension valuation amount. Those opinions were given to us. We have to respond and react to those, and those opinions did tell us that the amount that that the government would have to pay to support the benefits had decreased. Those adjustments were made. They were all included in the public accounts for last year, again approved by the Auditor General. And so we know that if that's some money that we can no longer have to keep in that account, that we'll put it to good use for Nova Scotians.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. My question through you is to the Minister of EMO. Last night around 2 a.m., a constituent of mine got a visit from the RCMP. Apparently, the line, the salty line, or whatever was wrong with it, decided to call 911. And we know what happens when 911 gets called and there's nobody actually on the line. The RCMP actually have to reply. So I'm wondering maybe if the Minister of EMO could maybe look into the issue of how many false calls is 911 getting when it's being blamed on bad infrastructure from Bell Alliant.
The Honourable Minister responsible for the Emergency Measures Organization.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. Be more than happy to discuss that particular situation further. EMO is always constantly monitoring the support that we provide to communities across the province, and be more than happy to discuss that specific issue.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when the Bell Alliant technician did show up at some point today, there was some issue of bad lines and infrastructure problems that it was going to be escalated. But I can also say to the Minister that actually happened to my constituency office about 6 months ago, where on 2 different occasions where we're sitting there talking to constituents, the RCMP show up wondering what's going on. So there is an infrastructure problem going on. I know, it's way too easy. The point is that the RCMP are being called out when they don't need to be, when I'm sure they have more pressing issues to be dealing with, except for broken lines or Bell Alliant issues. So can the Minister maybe look into this issue, and we'll chat about it a little more.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member. EMO, we have very strong relationships with both private and public entities, Bell being one of them, and more than happy to discuss this issue further.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. As the Minister knows, this spring he shut the border to bees from southern Ontario. However, New Brunswick did not, and now have small hive beetle in 4 locations in New Brunswick, including Aulac. My question for the Minister is, will the Minister close the border to both New Brunswick and southern Ontario bees this year?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. We're very concerned about the small hive beetle.
We put in the most rigid inspection process in the country around small high beetle. We're monitoring our borders at the present time, and we have a plan in place in case we find them in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, as the minister may well know, the small high beetle is capable of flying apparently 10 or 15 kilometers. Is a very prolific beetle. We know it's in Aulac. We're very concerned about Amherst. I know the minister has just said that he has a very extensive monitoring plan. Does he have an eradication plan? And when will we find out what exactly that monitoring and eradication plan is?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are presently working on a plan, a long-term plan for the... We're presently working on a plan for eradication of small high beetle in Nova Scotia. We're doing extensive monitoring on the border and in areas around where the small high beetle could potentially fly into Nova Scotia. It's very unfortunate that New Brunswick didn't take the precautions we did for the inspection process, even after I wrote to the minister and asked him to do that. And because of that, we go to New Brunswick now.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Earlier, my colleague from Kings North referred to an offender from the youth facility in Watervale. My question to the minister is, after reading all the details around this offender, we know we don't have what we would consider an offender that is in the same realm as most offenders. The IWK actually breached their confidentiality on his file because of how dangerous he is and how premeditated his plans were to kill a youth caseworker. I would like to know if the minister will take a stand and appeal the judge's decision so that we will ensure the security of the employees there as well as the other offenders in that facility.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. As I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, one of the priorities for the Department of Justice in the province is to ensure the safety
Order,
of both
please. Time allotted for members' questions put to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you call government notices of motion, Resolution 1.
We'll now call government notices of motion, Resolution 1. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, and this is on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't tell you how happy I am to get back up and continue my remarks on Government Resolution 1. I thought at the end of business yesterday that I had concluded and offered to adjourn debate, but as you know, the government members voted against adjournment. They wanted me to continue on with my examination of Government Resolution Number 1. I would thank them for the compliment that they had not yet heard enough of our views on Government Resolution 1, so I'll return. I just want to make sure I know how much time I have left in my 1 hour, Mr. Speaker. If I could do a quick time check, it was, I believe, another 42 minutes. Well, I hope I can get my remarks in time because there is a lot to say about Government Resolution Number 1. Mr. Speaker, the main points I made yesterday were that Government Resolution Number 1 offends the conventions of this House. It lines up that all of the deputy speakers will come from only one party, and that is the Liberal Party. That not only does that offend the conventions of the House, but it's just not fair on principle. It's not fair on equity. And, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians will see it for what it is, which is a play to have all of the referees of this House come from one team. No one would think that's fair, Mr. Speaker. That's why we brought forward our amendment, the PC opposition amendment, to add a PC member to the ranks of deputy speakers so that there is balance. Mr. Speaker, and the member that we propose is the member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg, whose qualifications are evident, I think, to all members of the House. And that includes that he is a former speaker himself, that he has a reputation for presiding over this House in fairness to all sides, and that he knows the rules of the House enough to preside in a very competent manner, Mr. Speaker. So I really encourage the government members to vote in favour of the amendment when that time comes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also indicated last night, in the interest of fairness, that if the NDP caucus wishes to bring forward an amendment or sub-amendment of their own to name a member of the NDP to also be a deputy speaker, that we would be supportive of that, Mr. Speaker, because then all three parties will be represented among the ranks of deputy speakers, which is a convention of this House, which is only fair, which Nova Scotians will see for what it is, a chance to ensure that the presiding officers of this House are reflective of both sides of the House and indeed all parties. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the point I made last night. This is a very important matter of principle. It is a matter that will affect not just the resolution before us, but every bill that comes before this House during the mandate of this government. And so I strongly urge members on all sides to fix the problem by supporting our amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to take my place and give the NDP caucus an opportunity to put their case, and then we will go on with the debate from there. So thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak for a few moments to this measure and to reflect a little on this proposal of the government's to have the Deputy Speaker position entirely represented by the government side, contrary to the practice that had been taken by the NDP when we were in power and by the Progressive Conservative Party prior to that. And the reflections I would like to offer about this, I would like to put forward by means of thinking just a little bit about what an important thing is a gesture. A gesture can take us beyond the small and the petty, and it can take us in a particular situation beyond that often, outside of the roles we may find ourselves set in, to a place of larger spiritedness. This is why often a gesture is something that can move people, particularly can move a crowd. So the significance of gestures is something that is all around us. I think about the football game of the Detroit Lions the day before yesterday, when the anthem speaker, in the context of all the debate at the moment about members of the NFL, as the expression is, taking the knee prior to games, in that context, the anthem singer sang the entire anthem without moving a muscle, erect, standing as he sang it, until he came to the last word of the last line, the home of the brave, and on the word brave, down on one knee, fist in the air. The power that was communicated in that 1 second by that gesture. And gestures are particularly important, Mr. Speaker, when we are dealing in society with bodies who have differences of opinion. I can't help but refer to the Hebrew Scriptures, to the venerable old story of the two arch enemies there, Jacob and Esau, who spent their lives, the brothers, in terrible enmity. But then later in their lives, their whole encampments were coming towards one another. It was much in question what was going to happen after all these years of hardness and of difference. And Jacob sent towards the other encampment some gifts. And this was altogether important as a gesture in the direction of reconciliation. This was a gesture out of pettiness, moving the situation towards a greater largeness. And I do remember clearly when I was very first elected in 2009. I remember the day when the appointment was made by the then new NDP government of 3 deputy speakers, one from each of the 3 parties represented in the House. And I was struck when this appointment was made because I had the understanding that this was something that only belonged in minority legislatures, and we were in a majority situation. And I remember registering the thought that I was grateful to be part of a government that had the character to reach across party lines, and at that important tone-setting moment at the beginning of that mandate to make such an important gesture. So I want to say that with the measure that the government is putting forward, the government is defining itself. and setting in these early days of its second mandate a very important matter of tone. It's characterizing itself, in my judgment, as a government whose outlook is infected by smallness, and a government whose outlook is limited by the petty, a government for whom the large or the magnanimous or the gracious is beyond its grasp. So I would like to move a sub-amendment to the motion moved last night by the member for Cumberland South as follows. I move that the amendment to Resolution Number 1 be amended by 1, adding the words Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River in paragraph 1 immediately after Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg, and 2, striking the word 3 in paragraph 2 and substituting for it the word 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne on an introduction. Oh, pardon me, Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a member of the viewing gallery up there. Melanie Russell is one of our candidates in the last election, and she's also returned back to the classroom as one of our beloved teachers, and I would just ask for the House's indulgence in welcoming her to the chambers.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount on the sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the sub-amendment, the amendment, really, Mr. Speaker, doesn't make that much difference because the sub-amendment and the amendment are trying to amend a resolution to allow
Order, please. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Because both amendments, Mr. Speaker, are trying to add to the fairness that I was introduced to when I came to this legislature as a Green MLA back in 2011. I had the same question at the time as why is the government allowing 2 opposition MLAs to be deputy speakers? And I was told at the time it was because of fairness to the proceedings of the House and fairness to the proceedings that we have here to allow debate to proceed in a smooth manner so that not one person gets to control the debate through their party or his or her party. And we heard here in the chamber last night the member for Halifax Atlantic talking about we all have to lay down our swords kind of and get along and work for the better of the province. And that same evening we get a resolution that comes in that looks for 2 of the same government MLAs to be the deputy speaker. Now they'll get out of that chair, Mr. Speaker, they'll go back sit in their chair and they have to answer to their people. So I'm not saying they wouldn't be fair, but it gets a lot harder to be fair when you have a vested interest in it. We heard the analogy of refereeing and umpiring. I did a lot of refereeing when I was younger, Mr. Speaker, and it was always when you had a game that meant something. They used to take the referee from another town in our area. So if Glace Bay and Sydney were playing, they took a referee from North Sydney. If Sydney and North Sydney were playing, they brought in a referee from Glace Bay. That wasn't fair. It just made it fair so that there was no vested interest in the referee to see the outcome of that game. And when you got people who volunteer to do that stuff, Mr. Speaker, it just makes it fairer. Now, I know there's other things involved in this, and there's compensation, and there's trying to make people happy, and we've elected this many people, so we got so many jobs. I understand that part of it, but if we're going to come in here and have fair and open debate, we know that whoever's in that chair is going to do that job. The member for Halifax Atlantic, or for Hants West and Lewisburg, I'm sure will be excellent candidates. But both sides of the House have recommended one of their own to add to your ability to govern this House, Mr. Speaker. And there's not all days that you can sit there. It's a long day. Today it's hot. You're sitting there, Mr. Speaker, and you're not even getting the breeze we're getting from this window, so I know you need a break. And in fairness of the debate, and in fairness of the rules of the House, I would think having somebody that has been in that chair before, like the member from Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg, has been a deputy speaker before, has been a speaker before, and I know when I came to this House was a great source of knowledge for me on what the proceedings were, what was going on at the time. I remember when I first came here, Mr. Speaker, I sat through about 3 question periods, and I hadn't heard one answer. So I turned to the member from Sydney River and Lewisburg who was on my left, and I asked him, "You've been here before. How come they're not answering a question?" And his answer was, "It's question period. If they were going to give you an answer, they'd call it answer period." But that's just the things that happen looking for information from someone who's experienced. And I think people from both sides in your chair would allow a fairer debate, would allow the debate to continue on. There would be nothing seen as playing favorites to either party, because we could be out of line and our own member, or a member from our caucus, be in that chair and have to put us back and straight. Whereas if it was a member from the other, some people see that as, well, they wouldn't have done that if it was their own. So you never know. So you kind of keep the decorum in the legislature where it should be. So I'm in favor of having, one, our amendment brought forward, and two, the amendment of the NDP party brought forward, just so that we can see that debate is fair, to make sure that the debate continues on smoothly. I'm not saying that any people from the other side over there would not do a good job, but when I came here, it was the fact that this is the way it was. It was tradition. There was nothing written in rules to see that. And I was really shocked when this government came in and didn't do the same as tradition has done in the past number of years. So I want to speak in favor of that tradition, Mr. Speaker. And with those few words, I will take my seat.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say a few words on the sub-amendment, and I think the sub-amendment is in fact an improvement to the amendment, because if we look to where we look in this Parliament, in this House, we look to the House of Commons, we look to the British House of Lords in the UK, and in both of those institutions, other party, the second party, and in our case of the House of Commons, the third party, also have a deputy speaker. So we see that we're in an institution that is bounded by tradition, and I guess that's one of the surprises for me coming right off the farm into the House of Assembly. I think the first time that I was in this building was when I walked in as an MLA, and one of the surprises for me was the extent to which tradition is used to guide everything from the order of the day to sometimes the trivial, and we focus on that tradition, and it goes back, and I've come to understand that goes back some 800 years plus to England, to the United Kingdom, where parliamentary law was encoded in something called a book called Bouchain, as I understand it, and our procedures, everything that we do has some sort of precedent or tradition. And we looking back to that place in the UK, we see that the Speaker of the House of Commons is from the governing party, and the Deputy Speaker works the Committee of the Whole. In fact, our Deputy Speaker also does that, works the Committee of the Whole. I fail to grasp how we can take such an important part of the tradition of parliamentary democracy and just sort of walk away from it for convenience sake, when other little pieces of it we keep and we don't even know why we're keeping them. And I think of the moment in this assembly that happened a few days ago when the Lieutenant Governor finished reading his speech, and then the clerk started to read it again. And the Premier interrupted the clerk, and that's all about a tiny little piece of tradition. What that signifies and means, I have no idea. Another tradition about the Speaker is that the Speaker will resist becoming a Speaker and will struggle and not want to be the Speaker. And as several other members mentioned, that goes back 700-800 years when the Speaker was operating in the House on the behest of the King, and if the King wasn't happy, the Speaker could have his head chopped off. And in fact, what I read, 7 speakers did have their heads chopped off over a 200-year period before that tradition was eliminated. And so it was a very real fear at one time. And so there's other parts of our tradition, the meaning of the mace, walking between the Speaker and the person who is speaking, all sorts of little pieces of this tradition. And I would say that I believe that even though some of them maybe don't make sense to me, I think that every little piece of that tradition has value, and there was a brilliance that the creators of parliamentary democracy created 200, 300, 400 years ago in setting up this system And nothing that happens here is trivial, in my opinion. Everything has deep significance, and what is happening is that we are learning parliamentary democracy. So I think that looking at the House of Commons, looking at the in the UK, looking at our own House of Commons, we should follow that model. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat.
Barring no more speakers, the vote will be on the sub-amendment. Would all those in favor, there's been a call for a recorded vote. We'll wait until the whips are satisfied. Are the whips satisfied? We'll ring the bells until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. Are the whips satisfied? The whips are satisfied. We'll now proceed with the recorded vote, and I'll just reiterate the instructions in case you haven't forgotten. And for those who are new to the chamber, welcome to our first recorded vote. I'd ask that all members please remain absolutely silent, and when your name is called, please stand and state yea or nay very clearly, and please remain silent until the vote is concluded, and the clerk will then announce the results. And again, just to reiterate, this is on the sub-amendment as put forth by the New Democratic Party. Clerks will now conduct the recorded vote.
Mr. Churchill.
Nay.
Mr. Fury.
No.
Ms. Regan.
No.
Mr. McClellan.
No.
Mr. McNeil.
No.
Ms. Casey.
No.
Mr. Glavine.
No.
Mr. Delory.
No.
Mr. Caldwell.
No.
Ms. Miller.
No.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
No.
Mr. Porter.
No.
Mr. Gordon Wilson.
No.
Mr. Hines. Ms. Matlaj-Diab.
No.
Mr. Ince.
No.
Mr. Rankin.
No.
Mr. Momberket.
No.
Ms. Arab.
No.
Mr. Horn.
No.
Mr. McGuire.
No.
Mr. McKay.
No.
Mr. Jessam.
No.
Ms. Lonis Croft.
No.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
No.
Mr. Irving.
No.
Mr. McMaster.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Oui.
Mr. Dave Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
Ms. Ann.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts.
Yes.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Ms. Chender.
Yes.
Ms. Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Ms. Pond. Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. Orrell.
Yes.
Mr. Bain.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Mr. Johns.
Yes.
Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Masland.
Yes.
Mr. Hullman.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Those in favor of the motion, 23. Those against the motion, 26.
The motion for the amendment is defeated. We'll now move on to the amendment to resolution number 1. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Nay. I do believe the nays have it. The motion for the amendment to resolution number 1 is defeated. We'll now move on with the vote on the notice of motion number 1. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Nay. I do believe the yeas have it. The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We now call address and reply.
We'll now call address and reply. The honourable member for Dartmouth North. Order, please. Just before we get to the honourable member for Dartmouth North, the honourable member for Dartmouth East put the motion forth to adjourn debate on address and reply, and he has 25 minutes left. Are you done? Okay. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And congratulations to you on your re-election as Speaker of this House. And congratulations to all of us here, all of you here, on your election to this House. I'd like to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional and unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people, and I'm grateful to be a guest here in Kjipuktuk in Mi'kma'ki. I'm honored to stand up in this House as a representative from Dartmouth North. It is truly a great place to live and raise a family, and I am humbled that my neighbours and community have chosen me to occupy the seat belonging to the people of Dartmouth North. As this is my first speech in this House, I'd like to take a moment to thank some important people to my campaign. But before I do that, I should also, again, echo the member from Eastern Passage welcome of Melanie Russell, who in fact ran against me in Dartmouth North. Firstly, I'd like to thank the leader of our party for his vision of and commitment to a Nova Scotia where everyone has a fair shake at getting ahead and where no one is left behind. Congratulations to him, the newly elected member from Halifax Kjipuktuk. I'm very excited to work alongside him and proud to be a part of this historical caucus for the people of Nova Scotia. I'd like to thank my incredible campaign team, expertly led by Garrett Spellacy, Charlie Mancini, and Joanne Lamy, our official agent, who has tirelessly worked for our party in this province for almost 50 years. Thanks also goes to Anthony Scoggins and the members of our Dartmouth North NDP EDA who have volunteered many hours to ensure our campaign could be a winning one. I want to acknowledge the support of my parents, Barbara and Andre LeBlanc from Prospect Bay, and my brothers and sisters and their families who have believed in me in whatever I have done in my life. I most especially want to thank my partner, Sebastian Lebel, and our children, Françoise and Aimee, who did their share of promoting their mama during the campaign, but who also eased the strain of all the nights of missing their bedtimes with them excitedly asking, and I hope this does not reflect badly on my mothering, who's babysitting us tonight? Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the people of Dartmouth North for sharing a little bit of their lives with me when I knocked on their doors. I met them in the streets or saw them out in the community. While campaigning, I was often moved by the generosity of spirit of the people I met, which was particularly striking when it was juxtaposed against poverty and a sense of general hopelessness. While campaigning, I appreciated people's willingness to engage in a political conversation, and I grieved the conversations that couldn't happen because people were withdrawn and separated from a system that had let them down so many times before. Being a new member of this House, I asked advice about how to construct this speech, and many trusted people told me to take my listeners on a tour of the riding I represent. As Dartmouth North is an incredibly beautiful and vibrant and diverse place, I think it would take well over my allotted hour to give that tour justice, so I will just give some highlights here. In the City of Lakes, Dartmouth North is home to 9 of them, perhaps the most notable being Albro Lake, Little Albro Lake, Lake Bannock, and Lake Micmac. We have 2 boating clubs, 1 terrific community-oriented library, 1 golf course, several excellent schools full of dedicated and hardworking teachers, 1 amazing community food center, and starting tomorrow, exactly 1 IKEA store. Dartmouth North is home to the traditional Mi'kmaq community of Turtle Grove, which was nestled on the shores of the harbour just down from what is now Tufts Cove, home of the Cloud Machine smokestacks. Turtle Grove was completely wiped out during the Halifax explosion, and many people died there. I only learned about Turtle Grove's plight in the last couple of years, and I'm still appalled by the lack of attention paid to the Mi'kmaq people when the accounts of the explosion made their way into history books. Dartmouth North has also 3 correctional facilities, the best known of which is the Central Nova Correctional Facility, where 77% of the population is in remand. In a recent visit hosted by the Minister of Justice, the Honourable Minister of Justice, we learned that the people that live there are referred to as offenders, in spite of 77% of them awaiting trial. Dartmouth North is home to many public sector workers, teachers, nurses, home care workers, civil servants, bus drivers, many represented by unions that also have their home offices in Dartmouth North, the NSGEU, CUPE Nova Scotia, SEIU, the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, and more. These people feel betrayed that their democratic right to fair and free collective bargaining has been stripped from them through the actions of Bill 75 and Bill 148. In Dartmouth North, we have the highest amount of people using the Employment Support and Income Assistance Program in the province. And in my short time as MLA, I have heard countless stories of people on the system who simply cannot afford to make ends meet. Their housing amounts are wholly inadequate, and people consistently spend their food allowance to supplement their rent. Food bank usage is rampant, and people are afraid of getting kicked out of the food bank system for abusing it, and yet their kids are still going to bed and to school hungry. Today, there was an article in the Chronicle Herald about Catherine Stevens, hoping to hear good news in today's budget. I am so sorry she has not received the news she was hoping for. Dartmouth North is home to many people who are working together to make sure their community remains a great place to live. The folks at the Take Action Society and the Farrell Hall Benevolent Society, everyone involved with the Dartmouth North Community Food Centre and Dartmouth Family Centre, parishioners from churches who run outreach programs, the members of the Islamic Association of Nova Scotia who worship at the Dartmouth Masjid and contribute to the community in very tangible and generous ways. The list goes on and on. There are also some incredible artists living in Dartmouth North. Guy Lee Johnson, a spoken word artist and poet whose book, Expect the Unexpected, challenges stereotypes of living in North Dartmouth. And Ursula Johnson, a Mi'kmaq activist and installation artist who was a 2016 finalist for the Lieutenant Governor's Masterwork Art Award and is currently a finalist for the National Sobey Art Award. Both make their homes here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my little tour of the physical community, and I'll continue with a bit of a tour of my cultural community. I am an actor and a singer, and I feel in the interest of full disclosure in this House, I should let everybody know that probably the first $5 of money I ever made in the entertainment industry was singing as the lead singer in a rock band at the nomination rally of Jerry Lawrence in Timberley in 1989. So I hope that my colleagues to the right of me will appreciate my solidarity transgression. We were really good. Our band was named Elixir. For almost 20 years, I've been a part of the theatre community in Nova Scotia, and most of my career has been with a company, and I'm going to cry when I talk about this, called Zupa Theatre. My colleagues at Zupa and I have created a true ensemble company based on the values of vigorous experimentation, artistic excellence, and true collaboration. With Zupa, I have taken shows to audiences in Nova Scotia, around Canada, and internationally. I have taught and directed countless young theatre makers, and I am proud of the theatre we create. I'm deeply grateful to Ben Stone, Alex McLean, and Stuart Legier for their support of me. Excuse me. Many people have asked me about the seemingly strange leap from theatre maker to politician and wonder how I ever envisioned that shift in my life. Acknowledging the all politicians are actors anyway, huh? Comment, complete with a hearty elbow jab or backslap and then moving on. The truth is there are some similarities to the jobs if the jobs are done well. At the heart of our work at Zupa is a devotion to real collaboration. When creating a new work, we share ideas and sources, and then we respond to each other with new ideas and directions. If we don't like an idea, we need to propose something else, and we need to try every idea before it's thrown out. This is a time-consuming and sometimes patience-trying process, but the result is usually worth it. When a performance gets in front of an audience, there's more. The performers generously offer what we have made and then listen for the audience's response. A good actor must always be a good listener, for there is no other way to determine if what she has offered is good or of use. We must listen and then respond again with generosity and love for the audience. It occurs to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is not dissimilar to the law amendments process in this House, or at least what it should aspire to do. Artists in general, it seems to me, practice the art of listening to the world around them and then respond to what they hear with creativity and sometimes sympathy and empathy. And I believe it's our job as politicians to do something like this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will respond to the people of Dartmouth North by celebrating their strength and tenacity, but also by fighting for social and economic justice for our community's most vulnerable people. I will oppose government decisions which are counter to our democratic rights and freedoms, and I will challenge systemic racism whenever I witness it. I will oppose the value of a balanced budget when it means that to get there, child poverty rates must rise and sick people must go without family doctors. Thank you. I acknowledge that, like in the theatre and in many other art forms, there will be times that I spectacularly fail at my task. But there will be also times that I'm successful in helping someone to see the world a little differently and maybe even experience it with a little more ease. Thank you.
Who? The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to stand in one of the hottest buildings I've ever worked in my entire life today to deliver this speech. Mr. Speaker, it is such an honor and a privilege to rise before you today to respond on behalf of the constituents of Queen Shelburne to the speech from the throne. I would like to extend my congratulations to all of the members of this House who have been newly elected or re-elected in their respective constituencies. Mr. Speaker, representing the riding of Queen Shelburne brings me great joy, and I would once again like to extend my thanks to the voters who entrusted me to be their voice here in Halifax. All members of this House of all political stripes understand the commitment and dedication that goes into hard-fought campaigns. And without the help and support of thousands of volunteers across this province, none of us would be here. We are blessed to live in a democracy where our citizens feel empowered to participate in the democratic process, to work and campaign for what they believe in. Mr. Speaker, I was introduced to politics at a very young age by my grandfather, George Fancy. A trooper of the Second World War, he taught me the importance of the democratic process and to always stand up and fight for what is right. I witnessed through him the importance of loving your country, your province, and the people that surround you. He also taught me the importance of being a progressive conservative and what it means to be a progressive conservative. It was my grandfather's words, his explanations, and my silent observations of him standing tall on Remembrance Day with his medals clinging, his hand trembling as he would salute, and a tear that would trickle down his cheek while the bugle played the last post. That is what led me to understand my direction and why I stand on the floor of this legislature today. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to thank our leader of the official opposition, the member from Cumberland South, for believing in me and making numerous trips to Liverpool to talk about my candidacy. The last conversation we had was in a cafe on Main Street in Liverpool, which is now the home of my constituency office. Thank you for your guidance and leadership. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge all of the volunteers who gave tirelessly of their time and talents during the hard-fought election campaign. My team was dynamic and full of energy. Although there are too many to name individually, I know I would not be standing before you today without them. As well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and give a special thanks to the core members of my leadership team who believed in me throughout this journey and helped me every step of the way. To start, my campaign manager, Grant Weber. He is someone I chose to help me for a special reason. For 20 years, I managed campaigns for other candidates, and I acknowledge that that would be one of my biggest challenges. The challenge to step back from that role and instead be the candidate. Grant made that certainly less challenging for me, and it is the joke between us. He is the best campaign manager I ever had. Mr. Speaker, Annette Burke, my scheduler and amazing social media guru. She was hands down the reason our campaign was voted the 4th best social media campaign out of all 191 candidates. And I am proud to stand here today and say that she's continued this journey with me and is now my constituency assistant. And Christopher Snurby, my communications manager, who spent days prepping for debates, listening and timing my speeches over and over again, and always being there to guide me. And of course, John Murray, my fundraising chair, and all the generous donors who donated to my campaign. We would not have been able to run a successful campaign without you. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to extend my deep gratitude to John Leaf. John has been my political mentor and friend for years. John stood in this House 21 years representing the people of Queens County, was the Minister of Fisheries, Minister of Environment, and Minister of Natural Resources. While a member of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, he served as Chair of Public Accounts Committee. He was also the Mayor of the Region of Queens Municipality from 2000 to 2012. John's commitment to the people of Queens is commendable, and his commitment and guidance offered to me during the recent campaign is something in which I will forever be grateful. I am blessed to have such political guidance as I go forth in my career, and I've been told that I do sit in his chair. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge former Member of Parliament Gerald Keddy, who I worked side by side as a staffer for 18 years. Gerald also played a huge role in my life as a political mentor. During my years of working with Mr. Keddy, I helped constituents navigate the complex bureaucracies to ensure that government treated them fairly. But it wasn't the big projects that we were able to deliver on that brought me the most satisfaction. It was helping families who were waiting for EI payments with no food on the table, or assisting a student that was denied a student loan. I will never forget the words of wisdom shared with me by Gerald in my early years of working with him. He said, "It is not the big things that people will remember you by. It's the small things." And I feel that is a very important lesson and words for all politicians to remember and guide their decisions and compassion. Mr. Keddy taught me hard work, dedication to the people you represent, and to never give up. Mr. Speaker, we all know we could not have gotten here today without the support of our family. I would like to acknowledge the unconditional support that my husband Adam has provided to me over the past year as I embarked on this journey. I would also like to acknowledge and thank my beautiful daughters, Kelsey and Kieran, who have always been my biggest fans. They have always been my reason for strength and determination, and their support was like no other. And also, Mr. Speaker, my grandson, Easton Starrett Robar, who missed many FaceTimes with Nanny during the month of May. It is my grandson and his generation who are the reason why I finally made the step into political life. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize my parents, Dwight and Louise, and my brothers, Sean, Trevor, Tristan. Although I was the oldest and the only sister, they taught me to be confident and strong throughout our childhood. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank their spouses, Carla, Dawn, and Sarah, for being with me every step of the way. And my grandmother, Pauline Brown, who worries way too much about me and in political life, but is my ambassador in her community and church. A special thanks go to Samantha and Braden, Mr. Speaker, who are on the path to success, and I would love to have them be part of the big decision-making. And to my lifelong friend, Kim McDonald, who has always been my rock. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge and compliment my predecessor, the Honourable Sterling Beliveau. Sterling worked hard for the people of Queens Shelburne and was highly respected by the members of this House and constituency. Sterling got to make a decision that many of us who are elected officials do not. He chose when to retire. And I know if he wished, he could have continued to serve the people of this riding for many more years. Thank you, Sterling, for your dedication, and I wish you a well-earned retirement from public life. Mr. Speaker, like all members of this House, I am privileged to represent a beautiful corner of our province. The constituency of Queens Shelburne is a large area with so many natural beauty and its landscape and its people. We have so much to offer in our corner of the province. Beautiful beaches, parks, historic lighthouses, and cultural facilities like the Astor Theatre, Perkins House, and Osprey Performing Arts Centre in Shelburne. We have modern schools with incredible teachers and healthcare services that are truly top-notch. The constituents of my riding are hard-working and resilient people. As many of you know, our region has had significant challenges over the years. The closure of Bowater Mersey Paper Mill in Brooklyn, the changes in the fishing industry in Queens and Shelburne counties. Like many parts of rural Nova Scotia, we have seen an out-migration of our youth and more challenges for families to stay home to raise their families. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that over the next few years, Queens Shelburne will continue to innovate and reinvent itself. We have so many natural resources and strong human resources to work with. We need to continue to grow our economy and encourage innovation and entrepreneurship with our small business owners. Small businesses are the heart and soul of the communities, and there are many examples of businesses in our area that contribute to our community and its economy. Did you know that Liverpool and Shelburne are home to 2 unique craft breweries? Hell Bay in Liverpool and Boxing Rock in Shelburne produce amazing products, and I'd encourage all of the members here in the House, to grab a pint sometime you're visiting the beautiful constituency of Queens Shelburne. We have amazing ports. Port Mersey Commercial Park and Shelburne Ship Repair Facility that are open for business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, we are blessed with amazing scenery. We are blessed with a growing ecotourism industry. We are home to Kejimkujik National Park in North Queens, the Thomas H. Riddall Park and Seaside Adjunct in South Queens. We are also home to numerous provincial parks that continue to attract tourists from around the world. White Point Beach Resort is now a year-round destination and employs many residents of Queens Shelburne. We also have a new development on Somerville Beach with the new improved Quarterdeck Beach Resort. This shiny new facility is wowing people from home and abroad, and if you're in the Somerville area, I'd encourage you to check it out. Tourism continues to be a major growth opportunity for small town and rural Nova Scotia, but the province must be supportive and aggressive in supporting this industry. There is a tremendous opportunity to increase the tourism sector of our rural and small town economies, but it cannot be done without absolute dedication of the provincial government. Mr. Speaker, our region also focuses a great deal on cultural events and activities. The Whirligig Festival and Founders Days in Shelburne are always crowd favourites, as is Privateer Days and the Ukulele Ceilidh in Liverpool. Liverpool is home to a biennial international theatre festival, which has been providing audiences with incredible entertainment since 1992. This year, Shelburne played host to the Tall Ships when they were touring our province. Events like this are the fabric of our community, and the volunteer hours that go into hosting these events is worth acknowledging, Mr. Speaker. Volunteers not only organize events like those I mentioned above, they also organize smaller, more frequent events in every nook and cranny of my constituency. Events such as community breakfasts, community outreach events, church groups, planked salmon dinners, strawberry suppers, and more. I am also so very proud of all of our local volunteer fire departments, search and rescue, women's auxiliaries, all volunteers who provide a wealth and richness that is unparalleled, and they deserve our thanks and praise. Mr. Speaker, while many of the things that I have outlined thus far are areas for us to celebrate, our region also faces a number of grave struggles that we as a House will need to try to address in the coming years. Like many parts of rural Nova Scotia, we are struggling with high levels of out-migration. Our population is aging, and the stress that puts on our healthcare system is becoming harder to support with each passing year. We need to do more to support our incredible health workers. We need to strive towards fewer emergency room closures. Roseway Hospital in Shelburne has faced numerous temporary closures over the past years, and this is completely unacceptable. We need to reduce wait times at the Queen's General Hospital. People waiting for hours to simply have their prescriptions filled. We need to attract doctors and nurses to rural Nova Scotia to ensure that all Nova Scotians have equal access to quality health care. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, I had an 87-year-old gentleman reach out to me and say that he was giving up. And he was giving up because he was going to stop taking his prescriptions. He had no family doctor, and he could not bear to sit into a waiting room and an ER for 8 hours to renew his prescriptions. That is not right. We need to consider what we have lost as the result of regionalization and, more recently, centralization. Mr. Speaker, many of our most vulnerable are seniors. In my previous job as Senior Safety Coordinator for Queens County, which was one of the most rewarding but most challenging, I saw firsthand the struggles that our seniors are facing on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, I feel it is very important for all of us in this House to make sure you recognize the importance of the Senior Safety Program and reach out and thank your Senior Safety Coordinator in your county the next time you see them. Mr. Speaker, it would shock you to see what some of our most vulnerable citizens are facing, and we need to do a better job of taking care of this generation. During my time as Senior Safety Coordinator, I discovered every level of abuse with seniors who live in our communities, people that are living around us. Seniors forced to choose between eating healthy or putting oil in the tank for heat. Social isolation, fear and confusion caused by undiagnosed geriatric disease such as dementia and Alzheimer's. Many seniors are waiting 8 months to a year to see a geriatrician. And I also discovered elder abuse and neglect. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, about one of the worst instances I encountered as a senior safety coordinator in my first week on the job. The RCMP had received a well-being check for a gentleman from a postmistress because the gentleman had not been to pick up his mail for 3 weeks. When the RCMP and myself arrived, we found the gentleman had been sitting in the corner, no heat, multiple layers of clothes, mold growing up his windows. His food had expired. Food on his table was from July and had expired. And he was so badly neglected that they had to cut the clothes off of this 87-year-old gentleman. It took much time for me to convince him to seek medical care. And when he finally did, he passed away 4 days later. Luckily, because of senior safety, he passed away with dignity. He was warm, he had a full belly, and he died clean. Mr. Speaker, it is truly heartbreaking to witness what many of our seniors are faced with during their last years. We need more long-term care facilities and beds, as there are currently not enough for the heavy demands that are being placed on our long-term care system. My grandmother, Melva Fancy, was forced to stay in hospital for months before placement and was bumped around from one facility to another until finally placed in an area close to her family. Although she was well cared for, she was forced to live her last years in a room shared with another resident and very small quarters with no privacy. Sadly, during her last moments, my daughters and I sat beside her bed while a curtain separated us and another resident as we said goodbye. My grandmother played a huge role in my life, part of the reason of who I am today, and she deserved better. Mr. Speaker, we need to advance the next chapter of the continuing care strategy. We need to restore food budgets to long-term care facilities. Our parents and grandparents should not be forced to eat on $5 a day while in long-term care. They deserve a good home-cooked meal. Mr. Speaker, our home care workers do the best with an insanely busy schedule to meet the demands of all of their clients. But I heard loud and clear on the doorsteps that they don't feel like they're able to meet the needs of their clients like they would like to. Mr. Speaker, we are in dire need for affordable, accessible housing. We need a government that will implement a housing strategy which will develop partnerships across public, private, and not-for-profit sectors to ensure we have appropriate housing. Seniors' issues and concerns are extremely close to my heart and will remain there. I am very passionate about representing them and will continue to advocate on behalf of all seniors in this province. Mr. Speaker, while campaigning and since being elected, I continue to hear from teachers, parents, and students about the challenges they are facing on a daily basis. Our education system needs a major overhaul.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, every day that passes, more children are slipping through the cracks, and our children are our future. They deserve the best quality education that we can offer. Our teachers and other public sector employees deserve to be treated with respect. They need to feel like they are being listened to and that their concerns are being heard. Unfortunately, far too often, successive governments have ignored the advice that the frontline workers have been trying to provide and instead make decisions from glass towers in Halifax. I feel, Mr. Speaker, that it is time for all levels of government to work with those on the ground to improve all of the systems in this province. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to talk about mental health. too many times I read obituaries of those who have lost their battle with mental illness. We have a crisis in our mental health system, and we do not have the time to wait any longer. People are suffering every day trying to navigate a system that is broken. I have had too many people share their stories of despair, fear, and loss of their family member. I heard the story of a young girl from a mother last Saturday in my office who showed up at the local emergency begging for help, and she continued to sit in that ER room for 9 hours crying alone. I am so thankful that that young girl never left those doors, because the outcome may have been different. We need to establish mental health crisis response centres in all parts of Nova Scotia to divert people undergoing a mental health crisis from emergency rooms to a facility staffed by trained mental health professionals. Mr. Speaker, last year 60 people died from opioid overdoses in our province. This is a serious issue, one that needs action to mitigate this crisis immediately. Many addicts do not choose this lifestyle. They often fall through the cracks at a younger age due to mental health issues. I have heard from teachers telling me they see more and more children with severe mental health issues that they are unable to address due to lack of resources. As these children turn into young adults, many of them turn to drugs, self-medicating simply as a way to cope. I am proud to live in a community where family physicians recognize the opioid crisis is much closer to home than Vancouver or Toronto, and they treat addiction to opioids like the illness it truly is. They work shoulder to shoulder with the opioid replacement therapy team to provide the care, counseling, and therapy essential to ensure patients affected by addictions can lead full and productive lives. These professionals in this clinic have saved lives and continue to save lives of many of our youth. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to touch on bullying and cyberbullying. I am a mother of a daughter who was severely bullied. The impact of the bullying found me struggling with sorrow for my daughter, a feeling of helplessness, and significant frustration as a parent. Yep. Luckily for my family, my daughter is alive. The bullies did not convince her that she was worthless and to take her life. But sadly, for many others, they did. Mr. Speaker, too many mothers and fathers have lost their children to the fingertips of keyboards owned by bullies. In my family, they have left scars that will last a lifetime. They change timelines, aspirations, and missed family time, all of which we'll never get back. There was nobody to help. Educators did not respond, and police intervention was not successful due to the lack of legislation needed to enforce accountability of these bullies' actions. Mr. Speaker, these bullies want to hurt our children who intentionally impose pain and suffering. They need to be held accountable for their decisions and their actions. Mr. Speaker, the government sitting across from me in the House say they intend to introduce legislation to deal with this issue. But Mr. Speaker, the Premier has said not to expect much from the legislation as it could be pushed back to the next session. Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. It has been 2 years since the Cyber Safety Act was struck down by the courts, and families need help now. is my hope that this government will introduce legislation that has some teeth without further delay. Recently, I met with a constituent whose daughter was bullied, and in conversations she said, "This government needs to create legislation that responds to a wide range of situations, yet is flexible enough to effectively respond to exceptional circumstances." Mr. Speaker, I ask this government to take this into consideration because I firmly believe it is worth the investment to reduce the incidence and impact of bullying. I would also be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I failed to acknowledge those voters in Shelburne who feel they have been neglected in this House. When electoral boundaries were changed in 2012, Shelburne County was left without its own individual voice in Halifax. While I do my absolute best to represent the voters of both Queens and the eastern portion of Shelburne County, I made a commitment during the campaign that I would stand before this House to fight for Shelburne County to once again have its own independent voice here in the Nova Scotia Legislature. Mr. Speaker, every county in this province deserves a voice at the table, and splitting Shelburne County into two halves and forcing a union with Argyll and Queens was not the correct decision. I vow to be a strong voice for those folks in Shelburne who made it clear that during the next election campaign, they will once again have their unique voice at the table in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that this government, who has outlined its direction for our province in the speech from the throne under headlines of a healthier, stronger Nova Scotia, more opportunity for all Nova Scotians, education for prosperity, opportunity and jobs for young Nova Scotians, helping those who need it most, the power of new people and new ideas, new markets and opportunity optimism. I hope they just do not remain headlines. I hope this government will step up and begin the hard work that is needed. We are beyond just words. We need vision and we need action. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank my amazing colleagues and caucus staff who have made this transition and learning curve much easier. I look forward to spending many more years with my new family. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say I have seen firsthand the impact that a caring elected representative can have on people's lives. The idea of taking care of each other has underpinned my entire career. In fact, it has driven my entire life. I have made a commitment to the people of Queens Shelburne, and I can assure you that I will work hard to have their concerns heard, working on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, this is not about us. It is about the constituents we represent and this beautiful province that we live in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on address and reply.
Thank you very much. The motion is for adjournment. All those in favour, please by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion is carried. I will now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government business for today. We will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, September 22nd, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Following the daily routine, we will go to opposition business, followed by government business, which will be address and reply. And I now look to the official opposition House Leader for his business for tomorrow.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully on opposition day it'll be a little cooler. I would say we're calling bill number, after a daily routine and a question period, we'll be calling bill number 5, which is sexual assault education for judges. And we'll be calling resolution number 160, which is condemning the Liberal tax changes. I now move that we do now rise to meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 and 10 p.m.
Motion is to rise to meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carried.